Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts. We crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond.
What's up, lads?
Hello.
Happy Thursday.
What's going on?
Nearly TGIF. Almost.
That's right.
Oh, I was about to say today.
It's almost.
Yeah, I always forget what that weekend.
We're closer to
Yeah,
Friday
these
than
weeks
most,
really
Michael.
go close faster. It's
Right.
insane. I mean, it's almost Christmas. It's just, I don't know what's going on. But yeah,
Yeah.
Right.
welcome.
I was telling
To all of you,
I was telling
welcome. Hope you enjoyed today's session.
my sister
go
yesterday,
ahead,
and
Tyler.
guess what? It's already the equivalence of midday Thursday for me. Yesterday on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Right.
Cool.
Let's
Love it,
stop.
Anything exciting happened since yesterday?
Nothing at all on my side.
Nothing.
Nothing at all.
Nope, light day of news, so it was quite quiet. Quite quiet.
Okay.
Say that 10 times in a row.
Quiet.
Quite quiet.
Right. Quite quiet.
Quiet. But guess what? We did already have the Swiss National Bank release their rate statement. So they kept everything the same at 0%. I have not even had a chance to look at the chart yet. I don't know if it's going to do a whole lot of anything. Yeah, that came out about 34 minutes ago. Looks like dollar Swiss. Looks like it's going straight up. Straight up.
Mm.
Like it's went up about 17 pips or so. About a pip per minute. Yeah.
A pip a minute.
There's the
Speed
rate.
limit is going to pick a minute.
That's right. Rate decision was 230. It's dropped and then it's just going up. So, yeah, their lip flapping session would have started about 4 minutes ago, right at 3 o'clock Central.
Mm-hmm.
So that'll be interesting to get a readout of that later whenever it comes out.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Swiss economic outlook has deteriorated significantly due to U.S. tariffs. That's one of the first headlines I see. will monitor and adjust monetary policy as necessary. Well, I mean, don't they always say that? Inflation forecasts remain within price stability range over the forecast, blah, blah, blah. Inflation pressure is virtually unchanged compared to the previous quarter. Uncertainty about inflation and economic development is still elevated. More blah, blah, blah. Let's see. More blah, blah, blah. Unemployment is likely to continue rising for Switzerland. Global economic developments are being dampened by U.S. tariffs. So, yeah, they're pretty well complaining about the tariffs affecting them.
Of course.
Global economic growth slowed somewhat in the first half. Inflation is likely to be slightly higher in the short term. Prepared to intervene in currency markets if needed, says the Swiss National Bank. Oh boy, we're going to get some manipulation like Japan does with their currency. Is that what that means? Guess we'll find out.
Yeah, what, out of the blue? Which currency was that?
Yeah.
Like back in the days, I think we chatted about that. Where was it, the Japanese?
The yen.
Or was it the Swiss?
Yep.
That was the
I
yen.
can't remember.
I think it was
Forex. I don't really trade it. But there was this one
you mean with
hiccup
Brexit?
spike in the Swiss thing.
With Brexit.
But that was many years ago. No, it was before breakfast. Brexit. I'll have a look at the chart.
I actually found a really cool
Sort of
website.
late decision out of the blue. No one knew about it.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, they do a lot of currency manipulation in Japan. I found a website that kind of shows when they do manipulate, and it was really cool to go to the chart and just look at the gigantic candles that form. I'm talking 2,000 pip candles whenever they do this. Yeah, you want to talk about a red folder event. That's like a red folder event times 100. But I got to figure out. I got it saved somewhere here. I'll have to look.
But times 100.
It's like, yeah, and that's
like a micro, and that is like a what mega pip or something. It moves 1,000 in like a minute.
That's a pip. Yeah, I got it saved somewhere here. I'll have to find it maybe during break. But I have the website, and it's just interesting because you can go back in time with any currency. But it's just crazy to do it with the yen because every single time they manipulate, I mean, it's going up or down 500, 1,000, 2,000 pips. And that's not something that's announced, right? It just happens. I mean, kind of similar to when Switzerland depegged from the currency, or from the dollar back in 20, whatever that was, 15, I think. And everything just skyrocketed or dropped for the other currencies. Like, yeah, that was another one, about 2,000 pips. Like Euro Swiss dropped about 2,000 pips. Dollar Swiss dropped, I don't know how many. Not quite the amount Euro Swiss did, but yeah. But it's just, you know, it's those red folder events that aren't released, that aren't. I mean, they give kind of subtle warnings with their speeches. Like, that'll be an interesting thing to watch with. Like, after the stream, that's one of the first things I'm going to do. I'm going to go find a readout of their speech and look to see. I mean, if they're already saying we're prepared to manipulate, well, then that's a sign right there. Like, don't highly leverage against the Swissy, because if they manipulate your yen style, Japan style, yeah, that crap could fly 1,000, 1,500 pips.
Right.
I thought about
it. Japan does it. Why can't we do it?
Right. On the right side of it.
I thought about doing a deep dive on that. I think it might be something cool to showcase on here sometime. But yeah, I need to figure out where I put that website. I'll have to find it, but no, it's just interesting stuff. But if you can figure out if and when they're going to do that and just keep a regular trade on, man, make like 100 to 1, 150 to 1, just like that. But
that would be too nice.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely risky. I don't know. Maybe it could fly so fast it could fly past and gap on the other side of your stop loss. I don't know. But anyway, so I just thought that was cool. I'll be looking that up at some point.
Mess around and get your account annihilated if you're on the wrong side.
Yeah. I got into a euro pound short yesterday, just kind of playing around with this thing short. Michael's current hit list.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I got it. Well,
yeah, get my money back. Get my money back from me.
Trying to get the money back. Bitcoin's screaming at me over here.
Send them out to get your money back.
Yeah.
Bitcoin
Tiger, he beat me up. Can you put my money? Can you please get my money back?
That's right. I'm gonna work on it. Yeah, I think I want to see a little more. That's right. I think I want to see something else like this. Then I might buy this. I don't quite see what I like. Yeah, Bitcoin had hit that little bit of a zone over here, 15-minute zone. I drew the fun little what do you call it? The megaphone little pattern thing. But yeah, Bitcoin kind of dropped off the bullish list. It's back to neutral, so I may just scratch this whole idea, but keep an eye on it for a little bit. But no, I don't really have anything. Took a small loss on that trade yesterday. What was that? What the heck did I get in yesterday? Euro Aussie, I think it was. Can't remember which trade that was. Yeah. No, that was.
I don't remember either.
Oh, Euro CAD. That's right. Yeah. So when it came to this trade, you guys remember I got in this. It was a little five minute demand. Just reviewing. We had this little demand here. I really liked the momentum coming out of it. Here's something that I didn't really pay that much attention to. So when I got into this trade, I was looking at this move overall, I think on a 1 hour. So if you look at this thing on a 1 hour, like that, where that demand was, that was a much stronger leg than when you kind of factor in the return. Well, here's the thing. Here's probably something I should have done in hindsight. Number one, it was a little sketchy because I had a divergence going at the same time I was making higher highs on the price. So I should have probably factored that in on the higher time frame. But not only that, you know, when you go down to 15, it's pretty pronounced where you can see the breakaway on momentum, right? Slow, lazy. This is what I was wanting to see, and then bam, it just dropped all of a sudden, right? When that IFO decision came out yesterday morning for their whatever balance, and that was bad for the euro. But yeah, that's just something I got to continue to get better at. As you guys know, I look at data as a whole, but when it comes to these smaller time frames, got to pay more attention to the individuals. It was an orange folder event, so I wasn't thinking about it too much. But you can see it just it just gathered strength to the downside and just chewed all the way through the zone. So yeah, took that as a small loss. But yeah. Me and Coach Tony did a little bit of a post-mortem last night on quiet markets. And that's basically what I said was I'm pretty sure I know why it failed, because that momentum shifted from lazy to all of a sudden. And then that's why it chewed through. And then, factor that in with the 1 hour RSI was just, kind of going against it. Momentum was starting to shift a little earlier, which is something that I didn't really pay attention to. But at the end of the day, it was just a tiny trade. It's not like I was betting a full position on it, so I wasn't too worried about it. But, that was good to see, though. That was good to see it. That just because momentum might look decent as a whole, still got to go down and see if anything changed. And clearly it did. And let's see here. I was trying to find. Gosh. Yeah, here we go. The whole rotating rectangle thing. Let's try this. All right, so that was nice and lazy. That was what I was liking to see. But then it just got all of a sudden, right? The steepness increased. right? So that was what I was kind of ignoring on the smaller time frame. I was more looking at it overall on 1 hour. So yep, lessons learned on that. So that was cool to see. Cool to see, cool to learn. Just goes to show momentum can make or break the trades. But yeah, that's about all I got right now. Like I said, I'm just hanging out watching this Euro Pound short. So we'll see if I get anywhere with that. That's about all I got at the moment, though. You guys, how'd you guys do yesterday, Michael? I know you had that dollar yen trade. That was awesome. Did you follow it up, or did you just sit there like a fat cat and then start counting your bucks?
Definitely sat there like a fat cat, count my bills. I didn't have anything that set up in New York.
I can see my screen as well. I'm still in that trade, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Oh, nice. Yeah, it was. I was done after that. We had a few possibles. I'll get into it in a second, but nothing worth putting the trigger on.
Yeah, pretty light day.
Yeah. Oh, we got news in when do we have news? A little bit, right?
15 minutes.
Yeah, I forgot my coffee downstairs, so I'll wait to go get it until Tiger does the news.
Oh, I can talk dirt. I can talk bad about him while he's getting his coffee. Perfect. All right.
No, don't do that. We're friends.
I'm picking on you.
3:30. Okay, cool. I'm like, wait, if it's 4 o'clock, I gotta go get it now. I can wait for 15 minutes.
Michael, where did you get out yesterday? 148 somewhere, wasn't it? A little bit higher up.
Let me see the exact price. How are they doing this?
Yeah, it was definitely above these highs from Sunday, right? Sunday, Monday.
Yeah, my exact price I got out. Yeah, I got out at.
I think there's a good chance.
47. Yeah, 148.47.
Yeah, 47, around about here. Yeah, about midway through this 4-hour candle. Yeah, so it went up a little bit more. I'm still holding. At least want to see price hit this previous high here, the 3rd of September's high, around 149.13. Got an alert slightly below there. I've really tightened my stop a little bit. Yeah, so I'm almost like 3/4 there towards my target. So still holding. Hopefully we can get a nice little push back up and not have to sit through some sort of pullback here. But it does look, just from trading the pattern pretty much. I mean, Michael, you traded your strategy with your setups. I didn't really have a strategy. I just looked at the pattern and assumed that's what's going to happen. So sometimes patterns work out if you can spot them early enough.
Well, that is a strategy.
So if this is the pattern I'm looking at, then hopefully, yeah, we'll still at least at minimum see price bust a move above the C wave high. Then maybe get into that area and maybe give it a deeper decline lower. But yeah, that's the dollar yen trade, still in it, still holding. What else was of interest today? The Australian dollar, New Zealand is mega bullish on your side, isn't it, Tiger?
Which one?
AUD, NZD.
Yeah, +9. +9. That's the third highest. Yeah.
Third highest. Cool. Well, this is what I'm seeing here currently. I think I looked at this yesterday. Since sort of towards just after mid-April, I'm counting this as a first wave higher, second wave retracement, and price potentially now hit a third wave area of resistance. We still have some upside potential, but I think this third wave might be coming to an end really, really soon. Then give a potential deeper decline, followed by another move upwards. So similar to what I explained yesterday in gold, thinking that this powerful momentum might temporarily come to an end, at least for maybe a short while, right? It's been extremely bullish, as obviously your numbers and your sentiment indicators have indicated. This line that it just hit yesterday was actually this morning very early, is basically just a centimeter line of a long-term pitchfork. And what I mean long-term is that I started drawing this, or started the drawing around about March 2020 to this high, August 2020 to this high low, September 21. So multiple years, swing pivot points here, and yeah, that's where price is right now. I still think there's a little bit more upside potential. I wouldn't want to short this. I think it's similar to what we talked about yesterday in gold. Not necessarily thinking it's a great idea to short, but certainly if we can get a deeper, bit more long-lived pullback, I think this will make it a really nice setup to trade back to the upside again at some stage.
Aussie,
still early days over there.
Aussie New Zealand has been a +5 or higher ever since September 5th. So 20 straight weeks. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, so that's pretty strong, right? Buy the little dips.
Really cool. Yeah.
Philip.
Yep.
Ibanez. Good morning, good morning. No Sleep Narrator. Long time. How's you guys doing?
What's up?
Also asking, what was the longest period of time you've held a single trade for? You're asking that to me. No Sleep Narrator. I think the longest I've held a trade was for nearly a couple of months, but that was when I traded a position in options.
Yeah. Yeah.
Day trading wise, generally anywhere from a few minutes to maybe a few hours. Swing trading, like that trade on the dollar yen I'm in right now, I'll probably keep that until target's reached, but definitely want to close out by, tomorrow sometime, or before some really important news comes out. You guys, Tiger, Michael?
Yeah, I did a little bit of stock position holding. I think I held some open for like 6 to 8 months, something like that. I might have even had one close to 10, 12 months, maybe almost a year.
Wow.
Cashed out pretty decent.
Cool.
But yeah, that was just, but it got boring. It gets boring when you just, get to get in there and get into the gut. So.
There's no action.
But yeah, I mean, I made some money on them, which was nice. Pretty nice chunk of change, but
was it at least a monster trade? Just like sort of.
Yeah, I think a couple of them were like, a couple of them were like 40, 50% gainers, which sounds nice, but when you factor that out over the course of 6 to 12 months, it's like kind of boring. But no, it was still nice. Nevertheless, it's still nice. But that, and then when it comes to my intraday trading, yeah, probably about 2 weeks, because especially when I get in on them 4-hour zones, yeah, it's usually, obviously, I haven't been keeping anything open over the weekend over the last several months just because of geopolitical tensions. But prior to that, yeah, it wasn't uncommon for me to have a trade open 10 to 14 days.
Okay.
Going for those 150, 200 pip, 250 pip.
Right. Yeah, for me, kind of similar to Rich. When I used to trade, when I first got started trading options, I think it was like 2 months. I had one of those leap options. Ended up selling it early. I didn't really know what was going on. But it was like 2 months. I held.
Did you say options?
I think I mentioned. Yeah, when I first got started, I was trading options.
Well, you guys are gonna have to teach me options because that's something I don't know. I took a class on it. I took a 6-hour class.
You don't want me teaching you.
Yeah. I learned a little bit about the strangles and the straddles and the this and the that, but it was more of somebody just telling you.
Yeah, so I can reach out to you. I did a little bit of a stint with pretty much like a math genius guy here. It's actually a chemical engineer. Cecil's his name. We actually ran a little service where we were like giving out trade signals, recommendations from positions we were taking, mostly in agricultural futures and options, trading options, so the underlying, right? And we were doing exceptionally well with that. So I still do trade that from time to time, and he even created a little course. There's one on Udemy actually, but I'll give you that details a little bit later. It's like a short course. Can actually works really well if you trade futures currencies. With the specific setup that we trade. And just breaking down, you know, because there's so many things to take in. You'll probably agree with that, Michael. You know, all of the Greeks, and all of that sort of stuff. But I do think the way he broke it down, to what is really important, and when you're picking options and what you want to be trading, then you know it really sort of like sidelines a lot of those things that I think you don't really need to understand, maybe to know about, but it doesn't really matter that much in the trades. So yeah, I can reach out to you afterwards, and I can maybe give that to you or whatever. It's really interesting.
Oh, you guys always hear me say I don't like math. So I heard once upon a time it involved a lot of math. So I was going to say
it's nice to see the math behind it, but you don't necessarily have to, you know, understand it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And speaking of futures,
you must just know what it does.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure they probably just fed me a line. But speaking of futures, this is something we discussed last night on Quiet Markets. So there's an actual. This is for everybody in the chat. So listen up. Got a little bit of a flash deal going on. So get a flat 70% off on a 25K to 150K futures challenge account. And you can also get a flat 50% off on a 200K to 250K futures challenge account. Okay, if you happen to trade futures. So that is something that they just posted. Wait a minute. Am I looking at the wrong date? Hold on a second. I think I'm looking at an old one. Never mind. It would help if I look at the current one. Sorry, guys. Okay, let me rephrase that because I was looking at the old one. Get a flat 60% off on a 5 to 100K Forex challenge. Hold on, let me shut my alert up. Okay, so 60% off a 5 to 100K Forex challenge. You can also get a flat 25% off a Forex direct account. Okay, so that's the one where you don't have to take a 1 or 2 step. You just get funded immediately. And then the same thing, a similar thing is true for futures traders. So get a flat 70% off on a 25 to 250K futures account, or you can get a flat 20% off on a futures direct account. So that's some pretty cool discounts that they just released. So perhaps we can, maybe I'll copy and paste it here in a minute whenever I get back on my chart. But it's on the Discord channel. So if you guys and gals just go to the Discord channel and go click under the announcements tab, you'll see the running offers tab, running dash offers, next to the little hashtag and the little gift icon. But you'll see the same thing I'm looking at. But unlike me, when you get in, scroll all the way to the bottom so you're at the current date, like I didn't do a second. But 6 p.m. I'm not sure exactly how long that lasts. Oh, you know what? Yeah, we'll have to figure this out. I think okay. Only 24 hours left. So I don't know. You might go check that out if you guys happen to check it out. I don't know if it's still up on the site or not, but there is a link there you can go click on. So yeah, just wanted to throw that out there. I didn't realize it might only be a 24-hour thing. But yeah, we were talking about that last night. It's pretty cool.
All right. Thank you. Web Rashville, good morning. Good morning. VJ Uncle T, can you guys please give us a signal so that we can make some money? VJ, we're not financial advisors whatsoever. We trade what we will see. You guys watch, and you have to do what you want to do on your side, right? So we will take trades when we see them set up. And just please note that we are not financial advisors. We're also not a signal service at all. So we're just here for pure entertainment, for educational purposes as well. So yeah, if we see anything set up, we'll definitely, yeah, you'll see us take it, right? You can also see on the top of the screen above my chart there on the actual screen that you're viewing that I'm in a position already. Michael was actually in the same position yesterday in the dollar yen. So that will continuously update as we see things pop up, right? Opportunities. Speaking about potential opportunities, gold is pretty interesting here at the moment. Obviously, have been for a very long time, very strong bullish markets, right? Unless you were born under a rock and not noticed this pump upwards. I'm still thinking that we're getting very near to the end of that third wave before we get a deeper correction, and still more upside at a later stage. Yesterday I was saying, don't think that this third wave's in yet. It might want to touch that upper line again. This might have been it, guys. In itself, it does look like we had a little zigzaggy majingy here yesterday. Like this. Well, it started actually on Tuesday. Something like that. A little ABC maybe, right? And another move higher. Maybe tagging that upper red warning line again. And then maybe a deeper decline. Still waiting for a nice deeper decline. Be nice to set if we can get into a trade like that and actually then try to swing trade it upwards again. Proper profit potential in a trade like that. So yeah, we'll talk about gold again right after this. We're gonna switch on over to Tiger, who will be bringing us the news. So please do stay tuned for that. What's coming up, what's happening in the world, what to look out for, etc., etc. Really entertaining. So do stick around. We'll be back right after. Over to you, Tiger.
Alrighty. What's going on, Forex Fire family? Stoke those engines. Get ready to trade. We've got a lot of ground to cover from yesterday's market moves and a packed calendar for today. If your trading week has felt like a roller coaster designed by someone who forgot the safety harness, you're not alone. Wednesday was a classic case of risk off, taking the driver's seat, and the US dollar was the big winner, flexing its muscles against almost everyone. So let's break down what happened, what's happening, and try to find some humor in the chaos. Because if we don't laugh, we might just cry into our charts. Yesterday it was all about the greenback putting on a clinic. The Dixie dollar index, it did shoot up over 0.6%, cruising just below the 98 level, and it's holding steady there early Thursday. The mood was cautious, to say the least. It was the kind of day where traders were hiding in the safety of the USD like it was a bunker during a surprise drill. Helping the dollar's cause was a seriously strong new home sales report for August, which skyrocketed by 20.5%. Guess everyone decided they needed a new man cave to trade from simultaneously. This strength weighed heavily on the major pairs. The Euro-USD pair took a tumble, falling over 0.6% and wiping out its gains for the week, eventually settling around the 1.175 level. The single currency wasn't helped by a disappointing German IFO Business Climate Index, which reminded everyone that the Eurozone's recovery is more of a leisurely stroll than a sprint. And meanwhile, the GBPUSD pair got knocked down below the 1.343 level after Bank of England Governor Andrew Bailey sounded a bit like a cautious weatherman, pointing out clouds on the horizon with a softening labor market and nervous consumers. It's like he said, might rain, might not. Better bring an umbrella and maybe a life raft. Over in Asia, the Japanese yen was having its own drama. The USD JPY pair rallied over 0.8%. That was yesterday, of course, pushing above the 149 handle. Despite the Bank of Japan's meeting minutes showing that some policymakers are itching to hike rates again. It seems the market's attitude was, well, that's cute, but we'll believe it when we see it, especially with political uncertainty looming from a leadership election in early October. It's like the BOJ is talking about going on a diet, but the market keeps offering it cake. The commodity currencies felt the dollar strength too, with the Kiwi and the Aussie taking a hit. Through the Aussie, though the Aussie is trying to stage a comeback Thursday after a hotter than expected CPI print made traders second guess how soon the Reserve Bank of Australia might cut rates. Gold, which had been on a tear, finally snapped its 3-day winning streak, falling 0.75% as the stronger dollar made the non-yielding metal less attractive. Even gold needs a breather sometimes, folks. It can't just go up forever unless it's in my simulated trading account, of course. And now let's talk about today's events, because the economic calendar is busier than a coffee shop at 7 a.m. The main event is the European session is without a doubt the Swiss National Bank policy decision, which we just had come out. We did get that 0% as expected. And the real question is what kind of mood they're about to be in, for their super strong franc, the Swiss franc. The Swiss National Bank is in a tricky spot. Inflation is barely above zero, but they really, really don't want to go back to negative interest rates. It's like they're being offered a sandwich that they already know tastes horrible. So traders will be dissecting the statement that is going on as we speak for any hints of concern or potential intervention. That ugly I word, intervention, right? If they start describing the franc as highly valued, grab your helmets. Later, we get the German GfK Consumer Confidence Survey, which is expected to show a slight improvement. Let's hope German consumers are feeling a bit more cheerful, because someone in the Eurozone needs to be. But the real action today is all about the U.S. We've got a data trifecta hitting the wires, the second reading of Q2 GDP, or normal weekly jobless claims, and we're also going to get some durable goods orders for August, right? We'll see how many people bought new couches, new cars, things of that nature. This is the kind of data that can either confirm or contradict the Fed's current cautious stance. And speaking of the Fed, we do have a whole choir of Fed officials scheduled to speak today, including Mary Daly and Austin Goolsbee. On Wednesday, Chair Powell was trying to play the responsible adult, pushing back against the idea of aggressive rate cuts, and as well warning that moving too fast could force them to reverse course. It's the central bank equivalent of, you'll shoot your eye out, kid. But the market, being the rebellious teenager it is still pricing in a very high chance of a cut in October. So every word from these officials will be scrutinized for clues. If they sound more worried about the labor market, the dollar could weaken. If they sound more worried about inflation, well, the dollar's Wednesday party might continue. It's a delicate balancing act, tighter than my jeans after a holiday weekend. So what does all this mean for your trading setup? Well, for the Euro USD, the path of least resistance seems to be down, at least in the short term. It is being dragged around by U.S. events, and to break below the 1.1725 level could open the door to a move towards the 1.166 level. So keep an eye on those U.S. data prints. The GBPUSD pair is trying to find its feet around the 1.346 level, but it's weighed down by its own domestic issues, including worrying public borrowing figures. It's like the UK is trying to pay its bills with a credit card. For the commodity pairs, the stronger dollar is a headwind, but the Aussie got a temporary boost from its inflation data. And gold? Well, gold is stuck in a narrow range below the $3,750 per troy ounce level, caught between a strong dollar and those lingering geopolitical tensions that always give it a safe haven bid. Silver is also hanging out near its 14-year highs, feeling fancy. And as we head into the U.S. session here later on, fasten your seatbelts. The data drops, the Fed speak could make for a volatile ride. Remember, in this market, the only thing predictable is the unpredictability, so manage your risk. Don't chase moves, and maybe keep a funny meme tab open for emotional support. Let's have a great day. Last thing, as always, is the calendar itself. Again, we already had the Swiss result come out here about an hour ago. They kept rates at 0% as expected. As far as the U.S. dollar, the GDP report and the unemployment claims report comes out at the exact same time at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, along with the durable goods orders as well. So all three of those, same exact time. But yeah, GDP number looks like they're projected to stay the same at 3.3% from the previous reading. Unemployment claims, they are have a current rating of 231,000. They're projected to go up just by 2,000 to 233,000. And then the durable goods orders actually looks like it may be a miss. We had a 1% increase last time. They are projecting a minus 0.1% for the core. And then lastly, that was the core. So the regular durable goods orders, this is all month over month. Last period was minus 2.8%. Today they are projecting minus 0.3%. So a little bit of mixed data there. So we'll see how all that rolls out. But that's it for today. Tomorrow we have the Fed's PCE gauge, which is their favorite inflation gauge. And we'll talk more about that on tomorrow morning's news. So with that, back to you guys.
Hey,
Nice.
time to run your jeans after a weekend.
Man, yeah, it depends on how many bubblies, right?
Good stuff. Good stuff.
That's for damn sure.
That's right.
Entertaining as usual.
Should be a good day, though, Michael. We get our early data and then nothing else major after that. No late data.
Yeah, I love days like this. Like seriously,
Yeah.
like don't make it too much. 8:30 news Eastern is fine. Leave it wide open from there. That's how I like it.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's
Yeah,
a pain in the
that's
ass when
15
you
minutes right after our session ends, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a pain in the butt when you get info.
It's kind of
coming
like
out after
yesterday.
11, 1, all that.
When I end
You
up,
find a good
I
setup.
did take that trip. Right. I was saying yesterday, remember I was like, now of course, since I took this trade off, which again, it was so close to TP, whatever, but sure enough, right at 7:30, it smacked TP. I was like, I knew it. I wanted to take that position off in the stream, right? But on the stream, but of course, I'm like,
It was so
I
down
would
close.
hope.
So I don't know if it's such a big difference, really. Was it?
Nah, it wasn't. It was like $200 difference, so 0.1% of a different of a move. But
Irritating the
yeah,
perfectionist inside of you.
it is. That's exactly right. Right? Because a part of me says, I'm like, oh no, you weren't supposed to take it off. Yes, you're breaking your rules. But like I said, I took that on all my accounts. So the rest of them actually did hit TP, but that one specifically was for the stream. So
Yeah.
but yeah, sure enough, I thought about you guys. I was like, oh, of course. I knew this was going to continue. It was too close not to at this point.
Yep. Yep.
But yeah, I was looking
Yeah,
at
good job.
two positions here. I'm kind of waiting for them to set up. If we can get this over to my screen here.
Yeah,
That'll
absolutely.
be great.
Let's see what you got.
Let's see the Michael.
The secret sauce.
Yeah.
Here it comes, chat. Let's watch.
We get my screen pulled up. Oh, okay, here we go.
There you go, VJ Uncle T.
All right, cool.
There's a signal for you.
So I was looking at this yesterday. Remember, I actually still have the drawings on here, right? So I'm looking for this head and shoulders pattern off this level. 5,200 crosses. This is a funky pattern. In fact, I'm going to erase this. Let me erase this and kind of redraw it from what's actually happened. Yeah, this is pretty ugly, to be totally honest. But I am waiting to see if I can get into this. Right? Looks like we got something like this. This is more of the move now. Now, as I was mentioning yesterday, the only thing I want to be careful about is this 800 EMA that's sitting right here. Right? So we do got a 2 1/4, a little bit over 2 1/4 on this move. The only thing is, like I said, it's 800s here. So what could easily happen, which would mess us all the way up, is this could happen, right? It'll do something like this. It'll come up. I'll take it right here, which I can't take it yet. And maybe I'll take it in the next 15 minutes because I have no 4-hour confirmation just yet. But what could easily happen is, and if you look right here, this is why I say 800 EMA is a big deal when it comes to support and resistance,
Yeah.
right? So it could do something like this. I'll move my stop loss to break even. It'll come back, hit this area. Oops, didn't mean to click that. I'll move my stop to break even here. It'll come back, hit this area, and then drop. And then I'll be like, damn it, they got me. Right? Because there's no way that I would just leave that on there and risk that this, let me move this, and risk the fact that it not come back, right? Because that was, I gave you one, that will be two. Obviously, the other thing they can do is hit this and just go back the other way. I don't want to be in a scenario where this happens. So no matter what, I would move my stop loss to break even on this one. And if it does not, if it takes me out and then continues to go, it's going to suck. Of course it is. But I'm already expecting that to possibly happen because the 800 EMA is just a little too close. Right. So I'm not going to be too excited about this move, to be totally honest. But yeah, I will take this because if you look here, let me kind of zoom in.
Guys, excuse me for 1 minute, please.
Yep. If we look at the previous candle, let me scoot this over to make it easy. You can see that the price, and see even right here, this is looking funny. I want price to be way below the 13 EMA, not just in this area how it's been for the last 4 freaking hours. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, the last 4 candles are just kind of in between the 50 and the 13. I don't like that. I'd rather be down here like it tried to do. But it's kind of rejecting that area. So this whole setup is not the cleanest. It's not the prettiest. But, we're gonna see. I'm not going to get too excited about it, as I just mentioned. So this is the main one. Well, secondary one that I'm actually looking at. And then what else do we have? This is oh, yeah. Okay, cool. So
alert all the way at the bottom of your take profit there to go the opposite way.
Oh, really?
So go ahead and sell it on down to me. I'll take it off
if this gets down to this level, it'll more than likely go back the other way. But we do got the market, like how price is just kind of sitting up here as well. We do got the market baseline, as you can see, is just pointing down. Right? This is down. This is a down trend. So the TDI is saying downward, but right, price is kind of still hanging out. So yeah, I'll see in the next 13 minutes, whatever. I might not take this because again, if the 13 EMA is, the price is not below the 13 EMA on this next 13 minutes? 13 minutes. I'll just leave it alone. I'm much more interested in, I think it's EA. Is it EA or EN? Oh, I'm sorry. It's actually 2 more I'm looking at. So EC is one of them.
Bring them on.
I was pointing this out yesterday. Yeah, I was pointing this out yesterday too. We had the 5,200 cross, right? Then we had the V off the 200, which I do not take. So this was a pass. Mm-hmm. But the next move after that is the bounce off the 50, which will be my money trade. I check this out because I want to see it. This isn't the picture perfect how I want to see it, and mainly because the market baseline is pointing down. So I'll see what it looks like. And then secondly, what I don't like about this either is, I'm sure you can see this. Look how price is just sitting this level right here. I don't like that. It's kind of ugly.
Yeah.
But the structure is still there. Right? More than anything, the structure is still here. So I'll see. I do got an alert here. Yep.
We got Den's Gold.
What's up?
Asking there in the chat, can you name the indicator you're using at the moment, please?
So it's funny you bring this up. Guys, I actually spoke with Mecca. Yeah, I spoke with Mecca about this, right? And I got to screenshot this because she told me, I'm like, yeah, I'm trying to get share my template with like the traders because I keep getting asked this question and I'm trying to make it available for everybody. you guys know this is a custom template that I got one of my devs to make. So this isn't like available. So I'm trying to like share this, and she told me that that we need proof that people are asking for this. So we'll take some screenshots. Yeah. that people are asking for this. So unfortunately, Dens Gold, this I can tell you this is called the TDI. It's at the bottom here. It's a Trader's Dynamic Index is what it's called. It has a few things kind of wrapped in here: Bollinger Bands, market baseline, RSI line, signal line, and the static line. But it helps me a lot to kind of see what's going on. So I'm trying to make this available, but we don't have clearance just yet from the higher ups, to say the least. So yeah. I just screenshotted your request, and I'll pass this along with a few others. So guys, if you want this template, drop it in the chat, so I can take a screenshot and show this to whoever needs to be shown this to, and we can kind of get this shared, because right now it's not looking good, to be honest.
It helps them filter out stuff. So that's filters out the noise, filters out the potential bad trades, right?
Yeah, big time, right? Because a lot of the time the chart will say wing, and then the TDI says something else, and it's like, I'll just leave those alone, right? But say, for example, a good scenario is right here. The fact that this has went outside the band right there, right? Someone could have easily said, oh, I'm looking for the bounce off the 50. Let's take it as soon as price closes above. It closes above, and then it just sits here. See, I'm not in this trade. Why? Because it hasn't set up the right way. So perfect example, actually, of how this keeps me out of bad trades. And of course, I still lose a lot of trades, but it helps filter out as many bad trades that I would take. Right. But yeah, sorry about that, Dens Gold. Stick around. Maybe just start coming here on a regular basis next few weeks. I'm sure we'll have been accumulated enough screenshots in addition to yours, and they'll finally let me release this to the public here on our side, get some clearance for it.
Michael, do stick around until towards the end. Michael also does what he calls a deep dive, where he goes through his entire watch list. And what it is exactly he's looking for his setups, which I really find that if you keep on viewing these sessions, it becomes almost second nature. You can just like check what he's looking at and understand what he's talking about. Obviously, how all of his indicators need to line up, what goes into the strategy and all that. So it might look like a lot in the beginning, and I do understand that, but keep coming back, keep viewing that, and please do stay towards the end. I think you'll get a much better idea as soon as he goes through all of it. It's like gets them printed in your mind the more you see it, right? So do stay tuned for that.
Oh, for
and
sure.
Besides the clarity,
you guys,
one more question, guys, before you go on there. Sorry, Michael and Tiger. No Sleep Narrator was asking, to all the guys in the chat, what are your biggest vices when it comes to trading?
Vices? Oh, it says vices. So,
what's that?
Man, why can't I cut this on?
What'd you say?
I thought you said advice. Okay, I see it says.
Probably, you know what? I think I still have a little bit of a tendency to overtrade, like especially after a winner or a loser. A little bit of the, oh, I'm invincible, I just had a couple winners in a row, or a little bit of the revenge trade, right? You get pissed off at something that looked good. You're like, why didn't you pay me? And then you turn around and maybe break a rule or two just to try to get back in. I'm not ashamed to say it. That's something that'll always be there. I mean, I've learned to temper it probably 90%, but it's that 10% that comes out at times. I'm like, Tiger, you shouldn't have just jumped in that trade. That trade didn't meet all your rules. So, yeah. I mean, we're still human at the end of the day. We still have emotions, but there's still it's much more rare than it was when I started trading. But I still have times from times here and there where I'll just overtrade, either try to get that revenge trade or get that my head is too big trade because I just won a couple 3 in a row, and then get into something stupid that turned out to be a loss. So, yeah, I would say that's probably still one of my biggest vices. Yeah, off the top of my head.
Yeah, for me personally, I can sometimes just tend to overanalyze things too much and want to be too perfect with entries. And you'll, for example, like I think you said the same thing, Tiger. You get like one of your candlesticks or whatever just touching one of your zones, or maybe just a bit it, and then it shoots off in the other direction. Where you actually have that as an indicator on your charts. I manually draw this sometimes. I really want to sometimes be too perfect, and that can be obviously costly from a standpoint of missing actual trades. So price would maybe just get very close to it, reverse it, and then you start self-doubting. Is it still going to go into the area you want to trade, or is it not? And then if it starts lifting off in the intended direction you wanted to trade at, then you start, it's like, should I be on this? Should I get in this? One thing I do is I do not chase trades, right? But then sometimes you can, especially if it turns out to be a monster move, it can really hurt, It's like you must maybe just give yourself a little bit of a wider zone. I know Tiger and Michael also say the same here. Maybe widen your stops a little bit. Give the market a bit more playing room to do its thing, a wiggle room, right? And get into a trade or take a small position. That's why I like what Michael does. Something that I'm probably going to start doing when it comes to swing trading as well. Get into that first position, and then if you do get a deeper retracement or actually into that area that you wanted to trade, then enter your next position, right? So that you sort of like DCA'd into the trade in a way, if that makes sense. And then at least still you're in it rather than not being in it at all. So that's one of my vices, trying to, I think, overanalyzing, trying to be too perfect sometimes.
Yeah, and that right there, Richard, is exactly why I love zones so much, supply and demand zones, because I am not perfect enough to just pick a support resistance line, like a lot of people try to do. Yeah, I think that's a lot of people try to do that. They try to be too perfect. Oh, well, there's that support line. It's got to bounce right off that line, right? Heck no. It may fall 5 or 10 pips short, or 5 or 10 pips on the opposite side of it. So by using zones, that's why I do it, is because it gives me that buffer. Okay, somewhere within this range, I feel like it should bounce. So, yeah, that's that's one of my reasons of being too perfect. But to piggyback on that, I sometimes have too many odds enhancers. I try to nail them all at the same time, and then same thing, I'll miss out on a trade because I'm overanalyzing it. So I think that's pretty common.
Yeah, I do. I agree. I think the same thing, right? Because, I can go, and I'll come back here. So we're on I'm not doing a deep dive. I forget. So a perfect example for me is EG, right? Like, I was expecting this move to happen, how you can kind of see it, right? And I want to see it happen just like this. Basically exactly what you guys are saying. If it doesn't happen exactly how I want it to, I just won't take it, right? And then I'm extremely anal about it has to look just like this, right? Like, I'm quick. I think I'm quick to just say, forget it and just like leave it alone. Because again, I think that comes with doing it for so long, and I have great memory, so I remember all the times I got burnt, and like, nah, remember that time when ... and it's like, I'll just leave it alone, right? Now, does this meet this trade here? Does this meet my rules? No, it doesn't. It doesn't. So I'll kind of say the same thing. Like, I'm just too anal with what I really want to see, which I really think is a bad thing, to be totally honest. I think more than anything, I need to maybe come up with a way to catch some of these other moves. But then at the same time, I feel like I'm doing which is a bad thing at this point, right? Like, you're trying to perfect something that can't be perfected, right? And that human part of you wants to fix it and make it right and, tweak it. And it's like, yeah, that works for everything else in life except this. right? Like, no matter what, like, it may be women. No matter how good of a man you are, sometimes they'll never just be totally satisfied, right? So just things like that, where it's like, you know, I'm gonna give you
Careful
my
now.
85, 90%, and that better be enough.
Well, and that's exactly what I admire about like Coach James, because when he's been on our show, you know, a few times, he'll talk about just get in it. If it looks good, just get in it. Like it's a little more nonchalant.
Right.
Of course, he gets in multiple trades at once and just goes for
Right.
the green, the goal, and then cuts it all. So, like that could be the lesson right there for us is just get in the damn trade. Stop overanalyzing it. Get into a collection. Spread the risk out. Right.
Right. See, I definitely say that's my biggest vice. Yeah, for sure. It's just being too picky. Yeah, I can't really. Maybe I'll say if I had to pick another one is the fact that like I have too many accounts, so I struggle sometimes with what account I should take it on. Right, like if I should take it on the casino account, if I want to take it on the 2 accounts, all the accounts. Like that little part right there, sometimes I get a little stuck in, except when it's a perfect setup. Like yesterday, if I say I'm taking this setup on all my accounts, oh, I really, really believe in this trade. And I've seen it. This is a layup trade, basically. But outside of that, if it's not perfect, like we can go back to, again, I think we was on EC, I believe, yeah. This is not a perfect setup for me, right? Like it's close, but it's not perfect. A Mona Lisa trade would not have this area sitting here. I don't even know how many candles this is, right? But it's a lot. A perfect setup wouldn't have this. It would be much clearer and crisper than this, right? So I had to get in my mind early that, okay, even if this sets up, confirms, you know, meets the rules, this is not perfect. So do not take this on all your accounts, right? But yeah, I think we all kind of said the same thing. Yeah. Just trying to be too perfect, mainly. Yep. And that like does not exist.
Yeah, no such thing as perfection. No,
not in this, at least.
Not in trading,
right? But yeah, really quick, there's one more that I'm really actually looking at, and it's this one. I'm really, really, really liking Euro AUD. If this sets up, now this is the opposite of what I was just saying. Now this is a perfect trade. Everything about this is really, really nice. Now this did not give a 4-hour confirmation, right? So I'm still just waiting. If you look at the previous candle, obviously none of them are anywhere near the 13, but this is really, really nice for the simple fact that
it needs to close at least by a little bit of whatever above the red EMA, right? On the 4-hour.
Yep. I want to see this close above the 13 EMA, which is, of course, is the red one. So once price finally on the 4-hour chart, because we're looking at the 4-hour, can finally come up, close above the 50, the 200, and the 13, because it's 3 EMA right here at this point. If it can close right here, that's why I got the alert, W off the 200. Now, this is a W off the 200 on the 1-hour chart, right? Just like I always point out. The same trade I took yesterday, literally the exact same trade. 5,200 crosses. If you look, price has not touched the 200 until when? Right here. What do we have on the TDI? Outside the band. What do we have next? It's going to be inside the band and run up like this. So this would be a perfect trade. This is what I like to see. One leg, it closed above. Now it's back below. Only thing you need to do now, 2 things. Close back above this price here, right? Above these EMAs. And of course, again, the same thing on the 4-hour chart. Let me see price close above this. This, for me, is a lights out trade. Yeah. I would definitely 100% whatever, not miss this trade. Right? This is the same trade that I took again yesterday. And I'm expecting price to take out this level right here. That's a nice one. It's not a 2-for-1, but hey, it's a 1 1/4, right? So not horrible. But yeah, this would be a nice trade. So my main one that I'm really looking at is this one, is EA. Right? We even have the reload. You can look at this. I'll take this off. You can see the reload too. Market baseline is below the static for the reload. This literally, out of all my filters, is only missing two things. There's no entry candle just yet, and there's no forward confirmation just yet. But everything else is nice. If we can get some, now I might not be able to take this in a session, but I'll try my best to remember to post this in the Discord. But around 8:30 Eastern, if this can like do whatever and close above there right at 9 o'clock, oh boy. This is
boy.
Right. So,
yeah. I have a trade that's just, it sounds like it's the exact same as yours. Like perfect. Yeah. It's a long-term setup and it probably won't get there this week, but pound New Zealand again. I was doing a little deeper digging on the higher time frame, and I was going over this with Coach Tony last night on Quiet Markets. I pointed out every single one of my odds enhancers were good for this thing as far as just the setup itself. Now, obviously, we still have to see how it enters in my demand zone, but yeah, I was turning cartwheels at how excited I was that it met everything. It just looks so beautiful.
Uh-huh.
But like you guys,
now, like I literally. This one I'll say a Mona Lisa, right? Like this would be a Mona Lisa setup.
Yeah.
If we go to UJ from yesterday, right? This is the exact same trade. Like we look at this, see the, okay, I can't tell what that is. See the 5,200 cross and see this W structure trying to form out this 200 to the upside. Right? Same exact trade from yesterday on UJ. Same exact thing. This looks identical. 5,200 cross, W structure, runs up and takes out the zone to the left. Same trade.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I always say it's so important to, and you don't have to name the setups like I do, but I mean, to identify them. Right? Like you want to be able to identify the different types of setups. Like I know each one of these setups, like the back of my hand.
When Michael refers to a Mona Lisa setup, it's like an A++ setup for him.
Yes. Right. Like if I were an art collector, yeah, it would be on the wall. That's how pretty it is. Like, look at this. You see how the first leg comes out? You see this? You see this shift candle here? You see that risk to reward ratio? Yeah, this is just beautiful. I admire this piece of art. You know, something like that. That's how pretty it is.
Just the bodies, not the wicks.
That's right.
Yeah, there's bodies on the 200. There's no wicks. Just beautiful. You know?
And trading lingo. Trading related lingo, everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I love it. So yeah, this would be really nice if we can get EA? I think it was. Yeah, we can get EA to set up. It's gonna be a repeat from yesterday. Same exact thing. So I'm waiting on this. This is my main one to take. Hopefully it sets up in New York session. I'll be all over this trade. But yeah, that's pretty much it for me for now, guys. Of course, I'll
that one. Help him for the upside momentum there.
Right. We'll I'll make sure I try to remember to put it in the Discord.
Discord. Yeah. Cool, man. Thank you.
Yeah. Absolutely. So yeah, guys, of course, I'll still do the deep dive after the break here. And everybody in the chat, if you guys got any questions, want us to look over anything at all, let us know. It is that time to look over everything.
Sweet. Well, I can take a look at a few things, unless you had anything, Richard. Anything else?
Are you short the euro pound? No.
Yeah. At the moment, it's just kind of. I may cut it loose with a tiny loss early, just because it is kind of just going sideways. It's just a
Okay.
few.
It is going sideways, but it should come down though. Like just looking at
I'll
this.
probably just probably just let it do its thing.
Euro pound.
Let it do its thing.
Yeah. If you look, everything about this, I mean, it's temporary short. So what? I would have this short to about 8,700. So it got a lot of room, like 30 pips at least.
Yep, just moving like molasses, like it does.
It definitely is.
Big old 40
It's
40 pip ATO.
It's moving sideways.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, we could definitely flip on over to my chart if you're done and take a look at a couple teams.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
So we're doing the opposite at this point, Tiger. Like you can go ahead and sell it into my level, and then I'll buy it from you.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It is kind of usually the other way around, isn't it? You're usually selling stuff to me.
That's true.
Doing the opposite. Yeah, back in, we can flip on over to me and I'll just go through my top setups, maybe a handful of these alerts. Richard, the footsie is back on my list as a bearish item. -5.
Yeah.
So that,
I've been watching the
Swiss, New
footsie.
Zealand.
I'll have a look at it after you done your thing as well.
Sweet. And then, New Zealand dollar leading the way at -6. New Zealand dollar flipped the script because last was given a +6 all the way down to 6. So that good data last week definitely aided in flipping it. But I think New Zealand had a few bad things themselves, a couple bad things. But, leading the way is dollar CAD. It's been a while since dollar-denominated currency has been leading the way. It's at a +12, and nothing's changed with pound New Zealand, Aussie New Zealand from yesterday. Other than I think maybe one of them gained or lost a point or something. But pound New Zealand 11, Aussie New Zealand 9. U.S. oil is still up there. Our problem child, the community problem child. And I always can't remember. Is there inventories Wednesday or Thursday? Why do I always forget this?
Wednesday, generally.
Wednesday, okay. Yeah, it's because it always shows up as a yellow folder, and I always have it turned off. Let's do this. I'm actually curious to see what it is. Okay, so they had a previous reading of -9.3 million. They forecasted 0.8 million. They had an actual of -0.6, which was a lower reading, which is a bullish look. Bullish oil score. I think I have that alert here somewhere. U.S. oil, yeah. And that would have been at 10:30 a.m. New York time yesterday morning. But let's see here. Kind of did bounce off of a higher time frame zone. I was more interested in the smaller zone within. The smaller zone down here. It was just kind of tapped a couple times off the higher time frame, actually 4 times. So what are we left with here? Left with this, okay. So I got a 1 hour demand, but just below that, if I flip to a 4 hour, I got this 4 hour demand. So I would pretty much just prefer to wait for this little spot where they intersect. This little spot in the middle, just jump on there, ride that out, go a stop below. If we can get price to move down to it, but see, that was a 4 hour. Yeah, I mean, really not a whole lot to say about that. I mean, I like the zones. Got pretty good gaps going out of the zone, pretty strong momentum. So if we can see this thing kind of come down lazily, or if it wants to come fast, definitely want to slow down at some point, start getting a little manipulation. Get one of these expansion legs, one of the megaphone pattern legs, drop down into my demand, take the price the other way. Got a zone above for a take profit, supply zone over here. 1 hour supply. So that's definitely going to be one of my favorite setups. Yeah, the zones were strong enough to push price above this level over here. So that's showing strength, showing momentum. Yeah, now so long as it doesn't just completely cannonball straight down, I'll be interested in this. Just get a little bit lazier of a pullback or this manipulation. I'm good either way. And it's off to the races at that point. So that was oil. Again, dollar Canada dollar, that is leading the way. This is kind of a similar situation, just on a little bit smaller of a time frame. So on a 30-minute, got a 30-minute demand way down here. And as long as it doesn't touch this overhead supply, wherever the heck, yeah, this overhead supply way back here, as long as it does not touch it, which it came close, came within a pipette, a couple pipettes, okay? As long as that just, we had obviously that super strong momentum. As long as we come down, if it's a strong pull down, get this manipulation, or just a lazy pull down, then that'll be another one of my favorites. Probably one of my top favorites, since it's obviously the highest bullish score with 12. So there's only one thing that's went against this trade setup, and that's the COT report. So they did actually sell about, I think it was like 0.8% on the dollar, the big banks last week. Now at this point, that data is 9 days old, right? Because it's good, it's accurate as of last Tuesday. So tomorrow around 5 o'clock New York City time, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard, we will get the updated COT report, which will show the buys and sells from this Tuesday that we just had to the previous Tuesday. So that's always something I go over on Sundays and Mondays for all three shows I do, just to get everybody updated on that. But as far as what data we do have, which again is 9 days old, yeah, the dollar, they actually, I said that in reverse. So the dollar, they sold off 10%. So they had a minus 10% on their net long, net short. So they're 2/3 of their positioning is net short, the big banks, the institution for the U.S. dollar. And then as far as the Canada dollar, they did have a 1.28% increase. So that is that's the only thing going against this trade, which is the COT report. But again, as much as I love the COT report, if everything else is saying something different, I'm going to follow everything else. That's just one little piece of the puzzle. So that's why I'm going to stick with the dollar CAD long. And by the way, it's also a beautiful curve analysis. Just flipping it on out to the weekly time frame, we do have the swing low, swing high. Price came down. We're in the bottom third of the curve. Go to the daily. We got a daily uptrend or 4 hour, really, no matter how you look at this thing. And then, there's the bottom third of the curve where that red line is. Okay, this is the middle, the diddle in the middle up here, but this is the bottom third. So, I love everything, pretty much everything about this. I just want to get the proper entry into the zone. I don't want it screaming in. If it does, I need to see some manipulation go on. But other than that, just a simple drop to my 30-minute zone. That we'll have liftoff on that. So that's my dollar CAD.
Nice.
Pound New Zealand, Aussie New Zealand, the ones that have been on this list all week. So here's my Pound New Zealand. Now this is the one that I've been goo-goo about, Michael. So kind of the same thing. Just looking at this more. Hold on a second. Let me turn off my drawings. It's got everything punched up. Yeah. So same thing. Got curve analysis. Got my zone down here on the bottom third. 4 hour demand. Inside of the 4 hours, a 1 hour demand towards the bottom. Again, that's right on the cusp of that 33% fib extension retracement. Or fib, just doesn't matter which fib you do. 33% is 33%. But yeah, that's like, but no matter how far down I go on my time frames, all the way down to the 5 minute, every single one of them have that same acceleration gap above it. So everything about this price screams mommy.
Nice.
But yeah, uptrend, bottom third of the curve. one of the strongest fundamental scores. There were some other things on this. I can't remember what it was. Oh, yeah, with RSI. I can't remember. There was something else. I'll have to review my video last night. Yeah, full position. Tiger, when this hits, putting a full position on. Full position.
Love those alerts.
I'm not a half. I ain't half-assed on all my accounts. I ain't half-assed. Yeah, but still, still going to be picky though. I mean, still want to make sure it, it's not coming in hot and heavy. I want to make sure it's manipulating if it does, or coming in a little lazier than that up move, because that's about as strong of an up move as you can get right there on a 4-hour time frame. Had a little bit of a break in the middle, but yeah, and then it turned around and busted a whole bunch of highs. So yeah, that's 22.285 level is where I got my alert set, but the proximal line that I'm the most interested in is 2.2846. So I'll probably just throw it on at 2.285, since that'll be the psychological level as well, psychological number. In the bottom third of the curve. Oh, now again, that may not hit anytime soon. All right, that's high time frame stuff. Maybe we'll get a retracement. Maybe it's too strong. It's just going to keep going. Right, that's the way it is. But yeah, that's pound New Zealand. Aussie New Zealand, third strongest. Got this 1 hour demand here, strong out, strong move up with momentum. Looks like it's wanting to try to start curling around. A little bit of a cup, little potential cup, upside down cup. But yeah, I kind of drew out the diagram yesterday of what I'd like to see. At some point, if it comes in hot and heavy, start getting that contraction, the expansion legs, lower lows, higher lows, or higher highs. Get one of those expansion legs to drop into my demand. It's off to the races. That's ideal setup right there. That's what I love to see, especially if it's coming in hot and heavy. Again, I'm not that picky about it if it comes in, a little bit slower like that, right? I'm just not that picky in that aspect. But if it's coming in hot and heavy, like something like this, make that a little more accurate. Well, then the momentum is pretty dang strong, just like the leg up. I definitely don't want the momentum to be stronger than the leg up, right? Which that's about as strong as it gets right there. It did finally start to kind of level out. So yeah, it's all in how the price comes into the zone. That's a key metric for me. Right. So just to see what type of an entry I want to do. Do I want to do a limit entry? Do I want to do a confirmation entry? Do I want to utilize my master pattern to find a contraction box to start getting these manipulation legs, right? And ultimately buy under value, because the contraction box, right? And you don't really have to use the indicator. I just do it because it's quicker. But you can spot contractions like this area right here, right? Wicks above, wicks below. Mm-hmm. Price is going sideways. Get rid of this for a minute. But yeah, you can pretty well spot contraction areas. Contraction there, a little bit of a contraction there. There's a contraction there. Obviously, contraction here, contraction here. All right, at some point, you'll start getting those contraction or those expansion legs that come out. And at some point, they'll catch a bid or an ask and continue to trend like this one here. So it's just a beautiful sight when you start confusing everybody and you got the liquidity on both sides. And these expansion legs just start slowly taking out the liquidity. So that's ideal. That's
I gotta look. Right.
That is.
Now that's how.
That's my Mona Lisa, right? That's my Mona Lisa setup. Yeah, Aussie, New Zealand. That's my alert. 1.1270 basically. Swiss yen, dollar yen, and U.S. oil are all a +7. So we'll just take a quick look at Swiss yen. You guys already did a great job on the dollar yen, so we'll see what Swiss yen looks like.
Also slowly starting to think that crude oil's got more upside potential. Sort of been flying yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, you said the upside. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So Swiss yen has actually touched the 1 hour demand already, but I'm more interested in the confluence in the middle. We got a was that 10 minute? 10 minute, yeah. We got a little bit of a this 10 minute candle here is kind of the main one I was looking at. You got efficient price action down here. You got candles overlapping, and then this right here is the first acceleration gap we see. Fair value gap right up in here. There is acceleration gap number 1. So keep an eye on this candle here. Again, it has touched. Now this is obviously the trade-off that I face at times, because I've got the zone confluence. Well, it may hit the higher time frame zone and just take off, but it is what it is, because I just try to get my reward to risk as high as possible. So that's only about 6 pips difference, 5-6 pips difference, but 5-6 pips times 3, which is what I like to look for. That's 15-20 pips extra, right? It's all about doing the math. So yeah, I do miss out a lot, but the ones I get that manipulation and then that retracement in on an expansion leg, whoo, nice trades. So now there's sometimes where I'll just skip all the lower time frames and just go for the higher time frame. It just kind of depends on how everything looks, but more often than not, I try to hit that smaller time frame confluence, and that's really what I'm after. Which I've already kind of drawn up the price action here. So I got an alert set. We'll let her do its thing. Dollar yen. I wasn't planning to trade this, but I did want to see, because obviously you guys took this thing up pretty high. It did kind of leave in its wake a little bit of a demand. Probably not going to trade this. Just more of a watch and see what happens. It's high on the curve. It's already too expensive because Michael's $500 million position drove it sky high, right? So the only way I'd be interested is if it makes quite the steep discount back to probably about where he got into his position to begin with, because but it is getting a +7, pretty strong rating. I mean, at the end of the day, I've missed a lot of trades just because they didn't come down cheap enough for me. So, at this point, when I'm paying attention to these super high scores, that's part of the reason I'm paying attention to these higher up on the curve demand zones, because I'm sure there's something to be learned there, to where maybe I could figure out a method to leg into those, even if nothing else on a smaller risk, or maybe like a dollar cost average in or something. Maybe I come up with a zone here, maybe a zone here. Yeah, just kind of incorporate, because there's some people that do it. I know some people that they'll dollar cost average in, clear down this. They'll find a zone here. This might be their last resort, right? But by the time you do all that averaging in, you got your average price is down in this area, right? Now, again, that's a small position. So if you're doing like a 1% trade, typically you might do a 0.25%, and then the last 0.25% for your full trade. But this makes it to where you're in the trade, you feel good about the overall direction, but maybe you're just not 100% certain on where the turnaround is going to happen. So, and you may just get in this 1.25% position and fly up. Right? You're not going to get a giant win, but at least you made a few bucks. Right? Can't go broke taking a profit. So, but more often than not, it's quite surprising how price will retrace this whole move. This is something I wished in hindsight I would have done on gold the last couple months, because I missed so many demand zones where, price was just moving so strong it just didn't retrace. Like, I was paying attention to some of these higher zones, these higher demand zones, but just completely ignoring them because I wanted the deeper retracement, because I'm a cheap wad, right? So in hindsight, and this is why I'm starting to pay attention to some of these, smaller time frame, but higher up on the curve zones, is just to see how I can take advantage of that going forward. So, yeah, even though I'm not doing anything with all these trades right now, all I'm doing is just storing information, especially when it's a super high fundamental sentiment score, sentiment analysis. So yeah, good stuff. So I'm just going to watch, see what happens if it comes down there. Just pack that knowledge. And then let's see, we already went over oil, I think, right? Yeah, we went over oil. What else have I got over here? Pound Canada dollar, Euro Canada dollar, Euro New Zealand. These are all +6s. So I think you already went over a couple of these, Michael. Pound CAD, +6. Now, for overall top-down analysis context, Pound CAD is still chilling in a monthly supply zone. Okay, it's chewing through it over a very, very slow period of time, but it's just something I want to be aware of. So, got a daily demand a little deeper, but that would require making a new lower low. Let's see here. Down, up, down. We got this demand here on a 4 hour. Yeah, so this is going to be one of my favorite setups. This is visually about as perfect as it gets. I got a 4 hour demand, but I got a 1 hour supply. So easy risk reward trade on this of 4-to-1. If I incorporated this whole area for a stop loss, strong move out, starting to curl around. So as always, it's just all about how does it come down. Now, if price would have continued at this speed right here, which it didn't, because you can see it turn around. If it would have continued all the way down like that, yeah, I'd have probably ignored it. It's just crash landing. It's getting in front of a meteorite.
Right.
So I
like stepping in front of a Mack truck.
Yeah, exactly. So as long as it starts slowing down, then I'll be interested in coming in. If it comes down hot and heavy, it's got to start manipulating like this. Higher high, lower low, higher high, lower low. Grab the expansion leg into a demand and then lift off. Yeah. This is the pump your brakes trade. Like, slow down, chill out. Okay, just obey the speed limit. Obey speed limit. Don't we have a
right?
Let's see. Do we have a speed zone icon on here? I don't know if we do or not. I'll have to look that up.
Probably somewhere.
Yeah, I'm sure we do. I know where we got one. I know exactly where we got one. Speed zone sign. There we go. There's one right there. That is exactly what I want to see. Right there.
Nice.
Copy. Paste. There we go. Just chill out. Come down about a 35-degree angle, right? 35, speed zone. All right. So there we go. Obey the sign. Obey the sign.
Right.
All right. So that's basically all I have to say about the pound CAD at the moment. Just got to let it do its thing. What was my other one over here? EuroCAD, probably going to be a very similar story. Yeah, so got a demand all the way down here on a 4 hour. It just would be nice. Would have been nice if it would have broken and closed above this high. That's the only thing. That wick's kind of getting in the way a little bit. The bodies are fine, right? Michael's bodies. The bodies closed above the recent.
Bodies is good.
Yeah, I need to blow that wick out right there, right? That's the only potential hang up on this, but yeah, not really a whole lot too in depth on this. Just get me back to my zone there, and I'll be happy for a potential buy. So between the Euro CAD and the Pound CAD, it may just be something to where maybe I just limp in or leg in on whichever one gets into the zone the quickest. And then once the second one hits in, whether it's the Euro CAD or the Pound CAD, well, then that might be where I increase the risk a little bit. That way I can take advantage of two currencies, right? Euro CAD and the pound CAD. Because the Canada dollar, keep in mind, is the weakest link.
All
right, here we go. Right here. So here's our updated speed map. I think it's might have changed a little bit. No, it didn't change since yesterday because we didn't have any major news. But yeah, Canada dollar is still the weakest link, 13%. That's hideous. That's ugly. And then the euro and the pound are, believe it or not, two of the stronger currencies, even at a 33 and a 40%. The dollar, as much misery as it's had, look at that. It's currently the highest one. It's currently outperforming the other major currencies. A measly 44%.
Is that?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, if I pull up the economic heat map for all these currencies, you'll see that most of them have just been flat / missing expectations, even worse than the dollar. Let's look at, did I show you guys Canada yet? Let's go look at that real quick. Maybe I showed that on Quiet Market.
That's weird. Just if I can chime in.
Hey, what's up, Tyler?
Michael. You know, how this always coincides with, well, not always. I mean, I just find it weird because I'm a market geometry guy. When price hit that low median line on the dollar index of a weekly, market geometry level, that's only reached in the second time this year, right? Mm-hmm. And then how that sort of like reacts from that, and then all of a sudden, it ties in with like news. It's almost like it's like a timing belt or economic like conditions and stuff like improving or getting worse in other areas of the world. It's funny how that works. And I don't have any explanation for it either. I mean, you can't say because of this the dollar index is bouncing. I do see pitchforks as a sort of a timing tool, right? If generally when price hits them, especially if it's like a long-term pitchfork that you use on a daily or weekly time frame, price reaches it, and you can almost bet you're behind that something's changing in the economy, or something's up, or improving. In this case, the dollar, the strength of the dollar, and how it's bouncing upwards. Coincidental is definitely not the pitchforks, I can tell you that much. It's a combination of many things, but it's sort of like the timing is always there when it does happen for some reason. And I can't explain why.
I don't think anybody can.
Right. Like it's just one of those weird quirks or something. It's like 1 + 1 = 10. I always thought it was 2.
Yeah. Have you seen those? Lots of them, people. Now, it's like it's sort of manufactured by scientists and stuff and mathematicians and stuff. But what if there's other realities? And 1 + 1 does not equal 2. Well,
right. It's kind of like this UFO thing now. I'm sure you guys probably seen it. They talking about how they just now starting to admit that that's a such thing, and they're like, well, it's not a UFO. And it's like, well, if it's not a UFO, then what is it? It's like, well, we don't know. Was it flying? Like, yeah. Is it identified? No, it's
unidentified. Yeah.
Yeah, like, well, wait. If it's I thought that it's an unidentified flying object, but you don't know what it is. But it's not a UFO. I don't get it.
I think mainstream, like,
well, now they're changing
sort of like, if you think UFO,
they changed it to UAP.
Right?
UAP, that's it.
Right.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out. Oh, now we're just going to, just like they changed, just like they tried to change the definition of recession. Well, that's not 2 quarters of negative growth anymore.
Yeah.
Quit breaking the rules.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, here we go. Right,
the
guys.
same thing.
Yeah. Up here's Canada, and it's just ugly. You've had one bullish report in the last whatever time. September 2nd's manufacturing PMI. That's it. Everything else, including 2 reports last week, everything else bearish. So that's why it's only got a 12. Yeah, that's why it's so hideous. But then you look at the dollar with as much crying as we've been doing here for a while. And what did we get last week? Well, we got bullish retail sales report. Okay. We got a bullish jobless claims report that wasn't as ugly as the previous one was. So a couple bullish scores is all it needed to to go to the top of the list. So 44% to Canada's 13%, and it's no coincidence or surprise that that's the number one, bullish score on the top setups.
Yeah.
All right, dollar CAD right there at the top. So it's just always interesting to kind of compare those like that. But anyway, yep. Complex stuff, but simple when you can actually read it on an Excel chart like that, right? All right.
Right.
So, and then
It's important.
Euro New Zealand. Euro New Zealand was my last bullish item on my list. And that is right here. Yeah. Clear, easy leg to follow, right? On a daily. So we just got to find something in that leg. You got a couple daily demands. Clear at the bottom of that, which would obviously be lower on the curve. But as always, we can always step it down. So if we go down a couple time frames, I mean, it's all still uptrend. This is uptrend on a 1 hour. Higher highs, higher lows. If you wanted to play along with this recent up higher high, higher low game, well, we got a recent zone here. Okay, so we got a 15-minute, which is the smallest rectangle, and I think that one's a 30-minute. Yeah, 30-minute. I think I like the 15 the most though, because the gap looks a lot better than that 30-minute gap. You got a very, very tiny gap. So I don't know that I like that. 1 hour. Yeah, 1 hour was just too wide of a range in my opinion. Now it may hit the 1 hour and just continue up, right? But yeah, the 30-minute wasn't the most excited about. So that's why I ultimately settled down here on the 15-minute for my alert. So not really getting a whole lot of help on the RSI as far as divergence. Yeah, we're still getting lower lows on the RSI. Go down to that 15-minute again. And not really a whole lot of help there. What about the 5-minute? Well, lower lows. So not really getting a whole lot of help on the momentum side of things. Now, it's obviously a lot less momentum, but we do have, I don't know. So yeah, we're getting a lot of strong momentum down legs before these corrections. And they're not, the up corrections aren't really, well, this is a little bit stronger than this correction. So we can get another, if we can get this correction leg to show a little more fight, a little more strength, maybe a little bit less momentum on the down leg, then this is still in play. But if this wants to turn around and just expanded range candle down, I may even just skip this one as well. Just wouldn't be worth stepping in front of a freight train. So yeah, we just got to see. Just got to see it kind of slow down a little bit. All right.
Slow down.
Slow down. Okay, we need to. You got to have. You got to obey the speed limit. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Obey.
Unless you want to be fined and get taxed.
That's right. Speed zone ahead. Obey the speed limit. If it's going to race straight down, gonna ignore it. All right, so that was my last bullish, and then bearish is slim pickings, gents. I already went over New Zealand dollar for a short. I believe I did.
Oh, you found the roads.
There he is. Yeah, I already went over that one. So just keeping an eye on this 30-minute / 5-minute. Okay, so not too awful far away from that. New Zealand Swiss, I think. Yeah, New Zealand Swiss, CAD Swiss. I might have went over these already. CAD Swiss. Okay, so here's the CAD Swiss. So this is the one. So this one did actually bounce into this little 30-minute candle. But why did I not feel the most excited about this? What was it that was keeping me out of this? No lower low. Strong volume. Strong momentum. A little bit less strong momentum. What did I do here? We went in, we went down, we went in. We haven't quite broken the structure. I was wanting more of a confirmation entry on this. I just don't. I don't know. It's one of those gut things, right? It's technically meeting my rules, but yeah, I'll come back to that in a minute. Let me finish real quick with the FTSE, because that's the last one on my list. The FTSE, and I'd be interested to see what you got on it, Richard, as well.
The footy UK 100.
Okay, so I got a daily supply. I got a 4-hour supply right in the heart of the daily. Got all
Hey, what's
kinds
up,
of
guys?
manipulation.
Really quick, Tiger,
Yeah.
my bad. Looks like we got a decent amount of people in the chat, guys. Y'all call out some pairs y'all want us to look at.
Oh, yeah.
Say what's up. Drop some flags where y'all from. Nothing. Yeah, what's going on?
Larry.
Yep. Good morning, everybody.
So you guys just
Let us know your flags.
It's been quiet for a while. Good to see.
Yeah. Like to see where y'all at. Botswana. Alrighty. Alrighty. Yep.
Nice.
Yep. I was just kind of just finishing going through some of my alerts. Coach Michael's going to go through his here a little bit after break. And yeah, at that point, I'll review, see where my trades are at. Yeah, just about done with this. So UK. Yeah, there's pretty much my play right there. And you got all this sideways chop action over the last couple of weeks. So there should be a pretty good amount of liquidity under this point. Pretty good amount of liquidity above this point, which is right in the zones. So got buy orders up here from the short sellers. Buy orders is what I need, what banks need to fill their sell orders, along with any remaining unfilled orders from the zones themselves. So that's the play I'm looking at anyway on the FTSE. So yeah, I'd be interested to see what you got on that, Richard. I'm pretty well at the end of my alerts.
We can switch to my chart and then also do some the gold charts again for Kokumu.
Yeah.
So that's the UK 100, aka the FTSE, right? Familiar pattern, similar to what we've seen in the dollar yen. If it is the pattern, it certainly looks like since around about the Tuesday mark last week, that price has been fluctuating above and below these little pivot points, typical of a triangle or a expanding triangle, or a megaphone pattern as defined by this upward sloping and downward sloping trend lines, the white ones I've got on my chart here. Again, all triangles typically move in 5-wave sequences, or 5 phases. Maybe that's the 1, maybe that's the 2. Now you want to count past this point, right? So that would be a 3, but we don't break to a new low or past this point. So that might be the 3. Then we fall down again and we break past this point, giving us a 1, 2, 3, 4. And then recently, yesterday, price made a double top with this previous swing here. Now, technically, that could have been the end of that 5th phase and price could be doing this. However, I wish that didn't happen with this double top, because it would have been nice if price could have reached. Let me just draw that again. I don't know why I deleted this. 1, 2, 3, 4. If this wave broke above that previous area, maybe it's doing this now to then give us that final move. That'd be really nice, because then I'll be all over this thinking that we potentially seen the end of that expanding triangle. But again, it might have ended here because technically it just has to fall in line with the E wave of or the fifth phase of where the C wave ended. You can see how beautifully it hit the double top there. Market's always got to do this, guys. It's never ever picture perfect. I know Michael will tell you that as well, especially with these setups.
Yep.
You know, I wish it just
I
all
always say
looked
the
beautifully
variations
like
to
in
the
a
theme.
textbook. So that now creates that doubt in the back of your mind that this correction end is the next move lower on its way. I don't know. I think I'll be a bit more picky here and wait for potentially another move higher. Let me just change my colors on this. And let's make it a little bit bigger. I should be using, yeah, that's fine. Ideally would like to see this. Another move higher. Right, so what I'm going to do here, and then short it at a later stage, because that would complete the pattern in my mind, and then it could be some huge downside potential here. It's funny also how we're seeing these patterns in multiple instruments at the moment, which is pretty much fit for the, well, I almost said environmental conditions, but the global conditions, because they typically pop up on any time frame during very volatile periods. All right, so we can get a setup like that. Let me just make this stand out a little bit again. That previous high being at 9,267, and I'll attach an alert there if price crosses above it. I want to have a decent look at a potential short. Potentially price again, guys, if it does move above it, because technically that could have been the end of the E wave over there. But let's just do this. We'd like to get short within that area. Price can pull back in there. That trigger would be hit, and we could see a signs of weakness. Then I'll jump into the FTSE and trade this to the downside. Right, because we had that very strong 5-wave sequence lower. 1, 2, 3. But if that was a third, then this is not the fifth, because we're busy with this expanding triangle. So just to complicate things even more. But that is the analysis I'm seeing on the FTSE. If it leaves the station without me, continues declining here in a very strong manner downwards, then I'll have to submit defeat that I've missed a move. Got fooled with the E wave creating a double top with the C wave, and that's just the way it would be. All right, gold. Someone asked in the chat about gold.
That's pretty much where I got my alert right there on your. See, yeah, pretty much the same spot
on the top here. Nice.
Yeah.
9267. Nice.
9273.
That's always good when we see multiple types of analysis coming together. Something that's always interesting as well, from a market geometry perspective, and I don't know if I chatted about this before. Look at, there was a little triangle here prior to this decline. Oops, where's my... And go a little bit back on charts where you can clearly see a triangle. And especially symmetrical triangles, like this one over here. You see it's got contracting to a point, and then you get a breakout. When price pulls back to that midpoint of a triangle, a previous triangle, typically acts as very strong support and resistance, which sort of lines up with the upper end of this supposedly expanding triangle that I got up here. Right, so very interested in this. Hopefully we don't see a meltdown here. Another move higher popping into, and I'll be all over this. Let's see how that plays out. Price does reach that midpoint of that previous triangle. Gold. Got about 6 minutes left before I mid break here. So I'm just trying to see. I see the chat is lit up big time, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
What's up, guys?
What's going on?
What's up? What's up?
Yeah.
Bigger picture view here, guys, for those that's just joined us. Obviously, a lot of you just joined us because the chat's going nuts at the moment, which is always great to see. Bit of a quiet period this morning, and all of a sudden, bam, which is good,
It's great.
There was a triangle, symmetrical triangle that ended here on the 30th of July, right? Beginning August. We had a first wave sequence, second wave sequence, and I think we're still busy with an impulsive third wave sequence to the upside that has either ended temporarily. We had a question yesterday about someone thinking that I was calling all-time highs to be over. I'm not. I'm thinking that this sequence from the end of July, that the third part of it is coming potentially to an end. And what do I mean by that? First sequence, second sequence, potential third sequence or another third, deeper decline, and then another higher sequence to the upside. Right? So still bullish, guys. I'm just cautious to the upside here. I'm allowing for another high here to give me that third. Obviously, no one's got a crystal ball. It's just what I'm expecting from a price actions perspective. Okay. If we start moving sideways here for an extended period of time or start gravitating lower, I'm not going to get scared and think that that's it for gold. I'm just going to be treating it as a larger fourth wave or fourth phase corrective structure with more upside to follow at a later stage. Okay. So keeping my eyes on gold very closely, and if I were to switch with this current decline that we've seen now, very short-lived, right? Very short-lived. See how beautifully it started declining after hitting that box. And that box we drew in here, well, I drew in here prior to price reaching it. And it's basically just this upper red warning line that it's hit. Nearly pulled back to this median line over here. Right? It previously acted as support, previously acted as resistance multiple times. Resistance, angular, turn support, support. Nearly reached it. Okay, so let's go to a 15-minute, for example, and look at the price structure. Very impulsive behavior that was seen downwards here during yesterday's market. And maybe this was just an ABC, and now we're heading higher again to maybe then complete that other third or the third wave then, and then we move lower. So I don't know. I'm in two minds here. I was saying yesterday that if we're going to start correcting in a fourth wave corrective phase, fourth waves are typically quite, takes a long time to materialize, and they also quite often, how can I say, very volatile in nature. Or they can either be very volatile or they just, take their damn time, and everyone starts getting complacent and worried. Is this the end of the high? Is this the top? And then all of a sudden you have a boom to the downside, and it's like, it's the end. Gold has topped, and then no, it hasn't. It's just correcting. Our fourth wave
Just
behave.
catching its breath, right?
Yeah.
Just catching its breath. If I were to go back to a 4-hour time frame, because I've got no clue what's happening there as of yet on a smaller time frame. It's not standing out to me like it would some stages, especially during these little moves here, little ABCs that we've seen. If we do get a fourth wave correction, fourth waves often corrects towards a 0.382 retracement. Measure between your second wave. I don't know what happened to my drawings here. Measure from a second wave to where you believe your third wave has ended. Right, so we could get a decent corrective structure when the fourth wave eventually unfolds. And I'm saying eventually because it will, I guarantee you, unfold at some stage. But when, I don't know. That's why we follow price action. We keep our fingers on the pulse and try to figure out what's next, right? So again, all of these little smaller pullbacks during this very impulsive move behavior to the upside were very short-lived. Typically how third waves materialize or behave. But as soon as we're going to start correcting for longer than, I would say, let's say 4 or 5 days, maybe even a week, and then that will be my cue that we're dealing with that fourth wave.
What's that green? What's your green box down there? Oh, I'm sorry, 3,600. Yeah, I mean that's pretty.
Like, you know, that's the 38.2 retracement area.
Well, that's pretty much where I've got my alert, because I'm waiting for that 4-hour inside of a daily demand zone confluence, and I absolutely love that price point, 3,668, and then basically it would be 3,650-ish as far as the entry, but that is what I want. 3,664 to my approximate line.
The ideal area, because then we'll take out these lows over here, or higher lows, and a lot of traders will start thinking, look, price structure is being broken, so that means generally, a trend has the trend has reversed, and in fact, it's just not reversing at all. It's just, running. I wouldn't say there's stops. Potentially still people that's long there. Let's run all of them and get another move back up again for that.
Off to the races.
And it depends again, how long does it take to get there? Because it'd be nice if I'll keep this pitchfork up on there, this one sloping to the upside, because price is clearly still respecting these angles. And depending on how long it takes to get up down here, if it takes a sweet time, let's say towards mid-October, 10th of October, it might be that it sort of aligns by breaking these lows, hitting at 38.2 and reaching this lower median line support, and then a move up. Maybe we get just a larger zigzag. Maybe we get a more of a combination complex zigzag, A, B, C, X, A, B, C, or our favorite that irritates a lot of people, makes them confused, and is a long, drawn out triangle. Up, down, wishy-washy price action, and then a move upwards. So who knows, guys? That's why I said yesterday, it's not going to be ideal to try short gold. I'm still bullish. I'm not bearish. It's just that I'm thinking we're getting close to the end of that third wave. All right, guys, nice. I'm already over. Geez, you should have stopped me there. Guys, we're going to take a 15-minute break. We're going to try to get back to all of these questions you guys have been posting. This is our mid-session break, so please do stay tuned. Nice thing that the chat's lit up there. Good stuff. So, guys, just let us recharge our batteries quickly, get something to eat, to drink. Coaches Michael, Tiger, we'll see you guys very, very soon.
Yep. All right. See you in a sec, guys.
All righty.
Hey, hola amigos, I'm Michael Keller, and I'm one of the trading coaches here at Hola Prime.
But more importantly, I'm just a regular guy who turned trading into freedom, and I'm here to help you do the same. So this is a glimpse into who I am in front of the screens and beyond the charts.
See, a strategy will get you in the trade, but mindset keeps you in the game.
I started trading back in 2012, and honestly, I lost more than I won in the beginning, but every loss taught me something. It wasn't about having the fanciest indicator. It was about mastering my mindset.
Living in Mexico has taught me to slow down breathe, and be present.
Trading is what I do, but it's not who I am. I'm a dad, a husband, a traveler, and a student of life. And all of that makes me a sharper trader. When I'm in flow outside the charts, I'm in flow on the charts too.
This game doesn't reward speed, it rewards skill.
Listen, everyone wants to flip $100 into 10,000. I get it. But be consistent, focus on execution over excitement, risk small and learn fast. And if you ever feel lost, reach out. That's what we're here for.
Well, guys, that's a glimpse into my life, my story, and who I am, not just in front of the screens, but beyond the charts. I hope to see you in the session soon, and let's grow together. One day, one trade, one lesson at a time. Welcome to Hola Prime.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi there, my name is Richard. I'm one of the coaches from Hola Prime. Join me as I take you behind the scenes on a little tour of what I like to get up to on a daily basis and beyond charts. I started trading 16 years ago, but through persistence and a very high level of dedication, I got to learn 3 invaluable lessons through my career. That trading should be treated as a business. It's really not a gamble. Consistent profitability demands effort, and there's really no shortcuts or any way around. And especially risk management, which isn't, it's part of your survival as a trader. You see, early on I realized that success in trading is only 20% strategy and 80% mindset and emotion. Now, as a coach at Hola Prime, my focus is very simple. Helping traders build systems with an edge, cultivating the discipline and focus needed to execute them consistently. You see, guys, the markets doesn't care about you. It will humble you if you let your pride override rules and reward you when you execute your plan without fear or hesitation. As a trader, I like to get outdoors as much as possible. Really try to strike a balance between trading and also leading a healthy lifestyle. Leading a healthy lifestyle for me could be anything. Hiking, I love swimming as well. Today is not really the weather to go and swim, but I will take the dog out for a walk. Really trying to force healthy habits so I can stay focused when I really need to, when I'm behind the charts, and all the stresses that comes with it. As getting outdoors really helps relieve those stress and helps me personally keep focus as much as possible. In my spare time, I like to play deep darts with my trainers. And just as in trading, skills and practice is everything. And that's a wrap, guys. Look behind the scene of who I am, what I do every day, beyond the charts. I hope to see you in the session soon. Take care.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Well, hello everybody, my name's Tiger. I'm a coach here at Hola Prime, and I wanted to give you a quick little glimpse into who I am, both inside and outside of trading. So let's check it out. So I've been trading now for going on 11 years, and that first decade of my trading was all about technical analysis. And really over the last few years though, I've really dug a lot deeper into fundamental analysis and sentiment analysis, seeing how the bigger banks and institutions are trading so I can ride their coattails, so to speak. They're the ones making the money, so I've just kind of looked at trading like Edison and his light bulbs. He's went through thousands and thousands of different prototypes in order to find the one that worked. Look, one of the things about trading that people get wrong is they think it's an overnight get-rich-quick scheme. So, you know, for me personally, all the hard work was done well before I even picked up trading, and it all had to do with reading some good books. So, one of my favorite books right there, The Magic of Thinking Big by Dr. Schwartz. And as you can see on there, the chapters, best way to read this book is read chapter 2, 12, and 13, and then turn around and read the whole book. Powerful, let me tell you. And I'm sure you caught that above my bookshelf. One of my biggest things that I love doing is bowling. I'm a very competitive bowler. Bowled a lot of perfect 300 games, so they give you these nice little trophies whenever you bowl a perfect game. Got another one for an 800 series, basically bowling 3 games of 800 or higher in a 3-game series, so it's like a 250 average. Pretty good stuff. But competed in national tournaments, state tournaments. I've won a lot of them. So bowling, that's one of the top hobbies that I have. Outside of that, I love singing. I like to I like to go and belt some tunes, whether it's karaoke or just singing in my car, some carpool karaoke. But other than that, listen, on the weekends, I love nothing more than just to hang with my girlfriend. She's an awesome, incredible woman, and she kind of balances me out because she sees how hard I focus on trading. So it's just a very good reset at the end of the long, hard week of trading to just get away, just step away from it all, go enjoy each other's time, and prepare for the next week. So that's a bit about me. Just let us know how we can help. Just remember, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, okay? The basics of trading are quite simple to learn. It's just all the nuances that take a while to really master. So just keep that in mind. Don't overwhelm yourself. We'll take your hand. We'll lead you to where you want to go. Like I say, just one step at a time. So with that, have a wonderful day. Look forward to seeing you in a session soon.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm James. I'm one of your coaches at Hola Prime. I've been trading for about 30 years. Can you believe it? Seems like an awfully long time. But in that time, I've learned a lot about trading the financial markets. And I've learned the best way to trade the markets. By dawn, I chase waves, chase stocks, and sometimes chase my own sanity. Trading, like surfing, is all about timing. Wait too long and you miss the move, and jump in too early and you just wipe out. If you're a new trader and you're struggling with your trading, I think you've come to the right place. I'm really looking forward to meeting you and helping you with your trading. I'm approaching a stop street now, and I'm going to have to stop. Emergency brake if there's traffic coming. And that's one of the things you've got to learn in trading, as well as how to keep safe. And it's one of the main things that I teach in my trading philosophy is risk management, which is not taught very often. Trading is a bit like driving a car, really. You've got to have a license, and in trading terms, having a license is like learning how to trade. And once you've learned how to drive and got the license, learned how to trade, you've got to get good at it. And my philosophy is to teach traders how to trade properly using the tools and techniques that they should be using. My specialty is swing trading, and it's a bit like riding the waves. I've been a surfer for a very long time, and swing trading is not much different. You've got to find the sets and catch the right wave and get out of the wave when it's time. A lot of people ask me, how did I get to where I am today? How did I learn how to trade? And how can they get to where I am themselves? I think the best answer to that is to get educated, learn how to trade. And there are all sorts of resources out there for you, including fantastic resources here at Hola Prime.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Sam, one of the coaches here at Hola Prime. And in this video, I'm going to give you a short glimpse into my life beyond the charts. Outside of the charts, I love to cook. Anything with fresh local ingredients has a thumbs up for me. And when the weather's good, I like to go out, have a quick jog, keep myself healthy. I started trading almost 15 years ago, and believe me when I say, it wasn't an easy journey. There was a lot of ups and downs, mostly downs at the beginning, and it took me, I would say, almost 10 years before I could actually call myself a trader. Personally, I like to travel. I like to go to different places, see different cultures, meet new people. I also like a good spa day, just sit there by a pool, relax, get a massage. You can see from the screens behind me, it's just a lot of stress, a lot of digits, a lot of moving, a lot of fast moving markets. You can't spend your whole day in front of a screen. You will burn out, and sadly, you probably won't be as successful as if you just relaxed a bit more.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Tony, one of the futures coaches at Hola Prime, and this is a little glimpse into who I am beyond the charts. started trading 10 years ago. The early days, full of mistakes, but every loss was a lesson. And trust me, there were plenty of lessons. But here's what I realized. It's less about the perfect strategy and more about the mindset and emotional control. An example of this is cutting your losing trades and controlling your winners. Because if you don't, the proverbial train is coming and you don't want to be on the tracks when it does. That's why, as a coach, I don't just teach setups. I help traders build systems, not just on the charts, but in their heads too. Now listen, everyone wants to double their money overnight, but real growth, it comes from small, smart moves repeated over time. Be consistent and be patient. And don't be afraid to ask, because at Hola Prime, we're here to help you grow. Outside of trading, I'm big on exercise, travel, finer things. It's how I reset and remember what trading's really about. Profit? Sure. But what that profit can do for you and for others, that's what it's really about. So that's a little bit about me. Hope to see you in a session soon, and let's make some money, one trade at a time.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi there, my name is Paul, trading coach at Hola Prime, and this is a peek behind the scenes of who I am beyond the screens. I've been a trader for 6 years now, spanning from agricultural commodities to equity indices. My philosophy in life is to keep things simple but not simplistic, and to seek clarity, not certainty. In the trading world, these concepts help me embrace a mindset of valuing action over doubt, staying disciplined, evolving with the markets, and maintaining self-awareness. The road to becoming a successful trader is a winding one, but with each twist is an opportunity to reflect and grow. There are no shortcuts in trading, and as a coach, it is my mission to help guide traders down a clearer path to sustainable trading. As a new trader, sometimes the thought of earnings potential can outweigh focus on what truly matters. Long-term success stems from a system of patience, resiliency, and consistency. 2 books I highly recommend that profoundly display these qualities are Mind Over Markets and Reminiscence of a Stock Operator. Outside of trading, I love going to the local beaches and golfing. They allow me to clear my head and have some fun too. Golf is a funny parallel to trade. It requires total concentration, adaptability to changing environments, and the majority of the battle is between your ears. You must have a plan to tackle each hole of the course, combined with sound mechanics to execute each shot. Comparably in trading, plans and strategies are important to build and refine, but precise execution matters equally. That's a brief bit about me. I look forward to seeing you in a live trading session soon and expanding our trading horizons together.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Daryl, one of the coaches here at Hola Prime. Join me as I unwind after a long day of trading and coaching. So, like I was describing, I like to get out on the trails, take a break from trading, kind of relax my mind, get some fresh air, get some sunshine. It's not bad that I have a number of trails right in my backyard. This one's about a 3-mile trail, and just over that hill right there is the Pacific Ocean. Sometimes I'll take a drive through the canyons and unwind my mind, but
Yeah. What's going on?
What's up? What's up?
Mr. Godlove. How you doing, brother?
I do apologize, guys. I just had to go scream at people outside making noise.
Those termites are back.
Yeah. No, I'm having issues this week. Mr. Godlove, how you doing?
What's up, guys? What's up, guys? What's up, guys? What's up, guys? I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear
Yeah.
you great.
Loud and clear.
We can hear you coming
I don't
in.
know if you guys can hear me clearly.
Yes.
Yeah,
no
we can hear
problem.
you great.
Yep. Sure can.
Perfect, perfect.
Loving the
perfect,
light.
Perfect. I'm
Loving
just
the light
putting
back
my
over your shoulder.
backup data on my phone. All right, all right, all right.
Good deal. Good deal, Sor. Where you come from?
Chat can hear you. You're good to go.
Yeah,
I'm
should be
just,
good to
and
go.
I'm trying to get a sound from this other side.
Alrighty.
Right.
Yeah, I think we're good. Good.
Yeah, I might have to mute a Zoom, YouTube link or something. We do that a lot. We get echoes.
Quite frequently.
Yeah. Yep. Usually one of us forgets to turn it off. We get the echo. Like an airplane movie. Echo.
All right. Rich,
Okay.
you got a message there.
Hi, Tiger. Hi, Richard. Hi, Michael. I hope you guys are awesome today.
Wonderful. Yeah, we are wonderful.
I need to off this.
Do you have another channel open?
You're watching the YouTube channel that you switch off the your sound on your
Okay.
side. Otherwise, it's going to echo.
Yeah, you have to mute the YouTube or whatever that is.
All right, I'm just doing that.
Right. While you do that, God love, I'll just quickly, I've got a little intro that I'll read here that I've got from the back end.
And my issue now is I'm muted. How am I going to hear what they're saying? I think I have only one playing. Yeah, I have only one playing.
Zoom?
Which is
Maybe
this
Zoom?
one.
I think you're all
There's
set
another-
now. I don't hear the echo.
So how will I hear the sound?
Yeah.
Okay, mute
Yeah, no, that's
YouTube
fine.
and also leave audio from Zoom chat. Leave
Yeah, I
audio
think you're
from
good now.
Zoom chat.
The echo's going. I think you're good now.
Oh, yeah.
Can you hear us?
Okay.
Oh, sound like
But
it
now
came
I
back
can't
on
hear
now.
them.
Yeah, it's back.
Don't worry. It was
Okay, just a minute,
the
guys. I just want to
about
check
4
my
days for us.
audio. Just a minute. I think I'm not more echoing, but I need to look for a way to hear you guys as well. So I'm just checking it on my end.
Do you have earphones?
Just a minute, because okay, there's one option: leave audio on. I saw one other one. Just a minute.
All right.
Okay, Zoom mic and camera off always. Okay.
This is always so funny because, like, remember when we first started this, guys? We had to do the first few days. It was a bit interesting. So every time we get a guest, it's the same thing again.
Yep. Yep. Those were the good old days,
not the
weren't they?
not the most, I'd say, user friendly steps to get this all
Okay.
done. But once you get used to
Okay.
it,
Yep.
Testing. I don't know if you guys can hear me. My only issue is to
Yeah, we
be
can
able
hear
to
you.
hear you guys. Okay, do you have earphones? I need my earphones. Let me see if I can use earphones.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We can definitely hear you loud and clear. Perfect sound. You skip rope with those things.
All right.
There
All
we
right. Yeah. There you go. At least
hear it?
I can hear. I can hear you guys. I can hear you guys now.
Okay,
Hey.
perfect.
Yes. Awesome.
We can hear you too. No echo. Perfect. All right.
Perfect.
We're traders. Hey, we're traders. We're not techs, right? That's the important thing to remember.
Right.
We are right there with you.
Right, Mr.
Nice.
Goodlove.
Welcome to the
I've been
stream.
asked to do a quick intro here for you. So if you don't mind, can I just read through that quickly? It'll be very quick, and then the show's yours. Take us away. Yeah?
No problem.
Right,
Go
guys.
ahead,
So
please.
from our side, welcome to Ndamazeha. God loves stories. Step into a world of faith, inspiration, and daily blessings. Join us as we share moments from His grace, encouragement for your journey, and reflections to uplift your spirit. Let's walk this path of hope and purpose together. Good stuff. That's what I was supposed to read. And welcome again from our side.
Hey, welcome, God
Over
love.
to you.
Yeah, welcome. Yeah.
Welcome. Thank you so
Over to
much.
you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm happy to be here today. I'll have to apologize because I think last week I was supposed to be here, but I had a
Okay.
very hectic week, and by Thursday my voice was down, so I couldn't do anything. I tried, but unfortunately I couldn't make it for the live session last week. So I'll have to apologize. My community was waiting, everyone was waiting, and I disappointed you guys. So with that, I'll have to apologize.
No.
I'll have to apologize.
Oh, no worries.
So
Life happens. Yeah.
I'm glad I'm here today.
You're here now.
I'm glad I'm here today. And this is not just going to be the first or the last time. So I'm also going to be happy to jump in here any other time for us to still talk. Anything about trading, I'm always excited for us to still talk about trading, for us to share our experience, to make money together and also share with our respective communities. So I'm very, very happy to be here today.
Nice.
So let's see what we have today. Just being in the mix of of uh, of colleagues who have been in the industry for 10 years, 15 years. No, I need to cheat down sometimes because it can actually get you nervous. But anyway, I'm glad I'm here. And it's not just about being in the midst of colleagues who have been in the game for 12 years, for 15 years, for 20 years. It's also being able to share what we have here today with our community because they are also here to be able to gain from us. I have done a detailed review of Hola Prime, which was well received. I can imagine it was well received with my community, and they like the fact that Hola Prime could offer both CFDs and futures at the same time. So this is not actually the first time of them hearing me talk about Hola Prime. They've actually seen a video of that. I've actually done about 4 videos on Hola Prime. I actually trade with Hola Prime myself, so it's not something new. Anyway, I guess it's not only just about my community. We also have some traders who are watching me for the first time because this is more like a global, live session. So I'm just going to give a quick intro about myself. I always try as much as possible to keep it short because if I want to talk about myself, it can take days. So I'm just going to keep it very, very short. Just a quick intro about myself, and then we're just going to talk about trading the whole time and answer as many questions as possible. So my name is
Nice.
Ndamazeha Gottlof. Many people used to think maybe Gottlof is a nickname, but no. My name is Ndamazeha Gottlof. I'm originally from Cameroon, but I reside in South Africa, United Arab Emirates. So I have a residency in a couple of countries around the world, all thanks to Forex trading, all thanks to Forex trading. And
Nice.
the reason why I got to where I am today is because at the level of the university, I got into Forex trading in 2014, meaning this is 10 years in the Forex market. So in 2014, I was actually studying agricultural economics and agribusiness at the University of Boya in Cameroon. While at the university, things were really, really tough, and I started businesses on my own. I used to have cyber cafes. Back then, cyber cafes was a big thing where you actually go and buy internet, you type, you print, you do all of those stuff. So I had a couple of them around town. And because I had cyber cafes, I started researching on how I can, make money online. I used to work on freelance. I used to work on Upwork. I used to work on mega typers. You can name the rest. Fiverr. You can name the rest. And there was a day I was just searching online on how can you actually make money online, and forex trading popped up. I was like, okay, forex trading. What is forex trading? Because I was a pioneer of forex trading in Cameroon. By then there's no one who has ever mentioned forex trading. There's no one who has ever talked about forex trading. So I saw that thing. They said forex trading. I was curious. I clicked on it, and unfortunately, I will say unfortunately, because I came to discover forex trading the bad way. I clicked on IQ option. Back then it was IQ option. It is what it is, because I clicked on that link. It was based on aggressive marketing, and I started trading binary options back then, thinking I was trading forex. I blew my life savings, everything I had from my businesses for 1 year, for 1 year straight, before I came to discover that I was trading. Before I came to discover that I was trading binary options instead of forex trading. And the way I discovered that I was trading binary options instead of forex trading was very, very funny. There was this day I went on, back then I was still in Cameroon, and I went on a WhatsApp group. It was a South African owned WhatsApp group, and they were sharing signals. It was even my first time hearing of signals. So this guy came on live and said, okay, guys, buy Great Britain Pound USD, stop loss this, TP this. And then I went back to binary options, to IQ option, and so I was looking for where to put stop loss, to put take profit. I couldn't find it. So I got very furious. I went back to them, and the guy, maybe he's come in contact with people like, he said, no, which platform are you trading with? I said IQ option. He was like, no, my guy, you've been trading something else. That's not forex trading. So that was when I started again from level zero. I started again from square one. I got enrolled in Aparifon. Aparifon is actually a UK based, also US. Aparifon is very, very big. So Aparifon, they actually accepted me as a hedge fund. So they trained me 2 years straight from 2015 to 2017 on how to trade forex. When I actually got profitable with them, they gave me their first. Back then, there were no pro firms. There were no pro firms. When they actually give you an account to trade, they will lock in the account, deposit the money, and they give you the lock-in details. So I got my first $50,000 from Aparifon. That was when I made my first profit, and then, moved out of Cameroon immediately because, I wanted to go, to all upstreams to actually do what I wanted, which was to succeed at forex trading. So the moment I became profitable, the moment I made my first profit with Aparifon, I moved out of Cameroon immediately, and I came to South Africa, and the rest is history. This is 10 years today. I've been to more than 50 countries. I've been to almost all continents, except Antarctica. I haven't been to Antarctica, and I'm glad to hear the rest, So all thanks to Forex. All thanks to Forex.
Good stuff.
I love it. Great. I love that story.
So, Rich, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So Richard, Mike, Tiger. So I want you guys to let me know, if I need to maybe share some of my strategies, or we're just going to be answering general question and answers on the common. Give me the team. I'm up for anything.
I would love
anything
to
trading.
see what you got. What you're looking at the moment, God love. What's your favorite pairs? Like we sort of break it down. We might have, an eye on this and this and this pair for the day. Do you day trade, swing trade, scalp? What is your style? Go for it. We got time. We don't have to rush at all.
Yep, we have plenty of time.
Take us through the motions. Show us your charts if you want to. I'll be really much appreciated. And I can also read you some of the comments in the chat while you do that if you want to. So you don't have to look both sides.
Perfect.
Do your thing.
Awesome. I think I lost Richard. I lost him.
I'm still here.
Just lost him for a minute.
Can you hear me now?
I don't know if it's on my end, but if you guys can hear me, I can hear. Can you hear Richard?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Michael?
We hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah.
I can hear you now.
Yeah.
All
Okay.
right, all right, all right. Okay, so if you guys can permit me, I'm just going to quickly share my screen, and
Yeah.
Please do.
let me just share my screen, entire screen. Where is it? There you go. Share. Okay. Okay.
There we go.
Nice. You can see your screen.
Oh, I'm actually even opening. Let me open this one. All right. So unfortunately, my trading view is, I just like this team. I like this team on trading view. So if you don't mind, I'm just going to use this one.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fine.
no
Let
worries.
me also
You go
let me
ahead.
also
Any
turn
style.
this first quick. Okay. So my trading view, something about me which is very unique is just being organized. I'm also a very dynamic. I'm also a very dynamic trader. It just depends on the time availability I have. I can scalp, I can day trade, and I can swing trade. Sometimes, if I'm in a plane or if I'm traveling from here, if I'm on seminars, if I'm flying from here and there, I just swing trade. I just swing trade so that even if I'm busy, I keep sprinting. And then sometimes if I'm sitting at the office as I'm sitting like this and I have a whole day to myself and I have time at my disposal, I can even scalp, I can day trade. So it just depends on the time availability I have. And then I'll choose that, okay, today
For sure.
I have the excitement of today. I want to have the excitement of seeing Euro USD go up and down or XAU USD go up and down. So it just depends on the mood for that day and also the time availability for that day. But mostly, this 2025 has been hectic for me. It's been very busy. So I have a couple of swing positions which I have them open. So I'll just show you guys some of these swing setups I took. Then after those swing setups, then we can talk about day trading. We can also talk about scalping. And just again, someone like me, I also code. So I'm also in algorithmic trading. I also code. Almost 40% of my strategies are in algorithms, are in robot, are in. So I believe so much on there's no way a human can beat algorithm when it comes to trading sometimes. So I do have a portion of my portfolio also on algorithms, also on robots. So if a question comes in any direction on algorithms, on robots, on systems, I'll also be very, very happy to answer. So one simple,
Sure.
if I'm talking about swing trading, one simple strategy I always like to use is the GUMVR. So that strategy is not like I'm reinventing the wheel, but I've just looked for a way to make the strategy to work my own way. So the strategy is called GUMVR. Actually, GUMVR stands for Golub University Moving Average Strategy. Golub University is actually my Forex institution. So I borrow that strategy from there, is what I teach my students. And even when I swing trade, sometimes I just use the strategy and I just trade my stop. So I currently have positions on gold, which has given me the highest amount of money for the past, in short, for the whole of this year, since the beginning of 2025. I remember I was in London and I did call it in my community. I call it in my community that as soon as before I leave UK, we're going to be taking those positions and we plan to hold them for the entire year. I also have swing positions on, oh, I wish I can share my MT5, but I'm going to see what I can do. I also have swing positions on NASDAQ, which I also took about 5 months ago in May. We've been holding for also about 5 months. And I'm going to show you guys the entries,
Nice.
why I got into these positions, and why I plan to hold them for maybe 6 months to 12 months. And also the downsides. Because since this is CFDs, I've spent almost about 25K on some positions, just on fees alone. On swaps, swaps, you need to pay whether you like it or not. So also talk about the downside. It shouldn't just look attractive. Let's also talk about the downside, the fees that you'll be able to talk about, or the fees you have to pay if you
Pros
choose
and
to go
cons,
the
right?
swing way. Yeah.
No.
So I'm just gonna open. Let's go on gold, and if I can just go on gold, if I drop this to the weekly time frame, so that we'll see clearly where we started taking our positions on gold. If I'm gonna go to Nasdaq, then I'll see if I can be able to link my MetaTrader 5. So on gold, let's just drop on weekly. Okay.
Straight up.
Gold has been crazy. I even see Goldman Sachs is even forecasting. Goldman Sachs is even forecasting that gold might hit 5,000 ounce this year. Who knows? But I'm just following what the market. I trade what I see, not what I want the market to show me. I just trade what I see.
Of
We
course.
might have our own conceived ideas, but when you see what the market is showing you, trade what you see. So I'm just zooming this in, just so we can see where I actually got into this trade. Okay, this is July. Let's go. This is May. Let's just push it up again. Perfect. Yes, this is, I wanted to actually see the bottom like this. All right. I just need these two. Perfect. Where is February? February 2024 should be somewhere. Yes, somewhere here, because we started taking the highest positions February 2024 on this position. Okay, this is February 2025. Yeah, February 2025. Yeah, there you go. So this is actually where we started taking our trades. So we're going to drop to the daily, and I'm going to show you guys how I've been managing positions to when we are to, because I'm still holding this. I spent on swap alone, but I'm still holding. I'm still holding.
Inauguration.
And I also developed a simple EA, which I'm going to share with you guys. A simple strategy, which you can also put it in an EA, but it's a very risky one. I'm going to share with you guys. If someone likes, you can also try it on your side. But I also just developed a simple CA, and there's a simple EA. There's one on my account. I just put it there, and it's doing very well. It's had 100% win rate to now, and I don't mind sharing it with you guys. So let me just finish with this one. So January 2025, I actually got into this trade somewhere here. I think there was a fundamental, because when it comes to me, swing trading, what I use is more like 60%, 60 to 70% fundamentals. I want to see what the macroeconomics is saying. I want to see what the analysts are saying. I want to see what the geopolitical events in that particular economy is telling me about that particular asset. And talking about something like gold, this is a safe haven asset. All right, this is a safe haven asset. And around this particular area where I started buying gold, this was when the tension, the global tension, I'll call it the global tension, was really intense. This country was fighting with this one. This one was bombing this one. And I started looking at safe haven asset. The safe haven asset number one is gold. The safe haven currency is JPY. So most of my pairs in JPY, I'm also very positive on them, because with those geopolitical tensions, I also invested a lot on JPY, because that's a safe haven currency, and then gold is a safe haven asset. So fundamentally, 60 to 80% of the time, that's what I use for my swing trading. So I use fundamental for the long-term view, and then technicals for entries. And if I can just check, if we go down again, drop to 4 hours, around this area, around February, this is actually January, around February, I actually got like a pullback, maybe to my FIBS level on the 4-hour time frame. I'm like, okay, I'm taking this journey and we'll see where it ends. That was when I jumped into gold, and I've just been trailing my stops on the most recent swing lows. Like I think my first stop was trade here about 4 months after. I shared this with all my community. I think it's not the first time they're hearing this. Then second stop was trade here, third was trade here, and then when the market started consolidating about, my stop was just on one position. And anytime I trade my stop, I add one position. So that even if the market comes against me, I'm fine to get out of the position, but with some winning profit. So by this time around, my stop loss was just here the whole time. And once this resistance was broken, I was like, okay, let's jump in on the flow. Let's go with the river. I added again about 3 positions here, and I've been holding. I don't know when I'm going to get out of this trade. All my stops on all my positions are standing on, I think, 3,720. 3,720 should be somewhere here. This is where all my stops are standing. And I'm like, okay, if it can retrace to 3,720, I'm going to take a rest. Because, number one, I have spent a lot on swaps. I've paid more than 25,000 on swap alone. And, for almost 6 months or for almost 9 months. I've been holding these positions and I'll be out of this one. So this is the account that has to do with gold. Sorry?
I say those swaps add up, those fees, right?
Yes, yes. For every minute, for almost 9 months, every day the interest you pay for every overnight position. Meaning for nights, I've been paying swap. They've been counting swaps fees on that. I tried my best to look for, accounts which would charge me zero swap, but it was very, very difficult. Some brokers, they'll ask me to sign an Islamic account, which I couldn't get an Islamic account. So I just had to go with what I had. And it is what it is. I've spent almost about $25,000 out of my profit. My gold portfolio alone is almost about $146,000 as of now. Meaning, without those swaps, I would have been standing on maybe about $175,000 in profit. But I'm still happy. I'm not greedy. I'm still up in profit of almost about 150K. So I'm still happy on that particular position. Then Nasdaq. Nasdaq. I got into Nasdaq in that was in May. That was in April before my birthday. My birthday is in May, so I remember very well. That was in April, around mid of April. That was when I got into Nasdaq. And Nasdaq alone, I am holding almost about. Let me just check here on MetaTrader 5. And where is it? This one I started on 80 something. Perfect. I'm going to see if I can share the MetaTrader 5 here on the computer, but just on my phone, Nasdaq is here right down on almost about 78,000 on Nasdaq. And then if I can check up here, this swing account, my community, they've seen this like 100 times. So this swing account is actually standing on $235,000, and I started it on $81,000. Right? I started this account on $81,000. It's a swing account. I've also spent about $29,000, almost $30,000 on swap alone on this account, because if I have to open Nasdaq, I have paid about $15,000 alone on swap. You can see there's a fee there on Nasdaq alone. So I'm happy, even though I've paid about $15,000 on swap, I'm standing on $78,000 in profit. I have EuroCard, I have NZD USD, that's the current one. I'm actually losing the highest. I'm down $15,000 on EuroCard, on NZD USD, sorry. But cumulatively on that account alone, I'm up $232,000. So I'm just going to use one example on that particular account, because I have different accounts for swing trading, different account for day trading, and different accounts for scalping. So let me just use Nasdaq alone, and then that's going to just give an idea on how I manage my swing trades on all those other accounts. So Nasdaq should just be here. US one.
While you switch on over to that chart, can we maybe just read two questions here for you, just to catch up on the viewers?
Yes, go ahead, please.
We had a question from Ndukwe Decency at Mr. Godlove. Please, can you explain how someone can manage their risk when multiple positions are being opened, or that's open at one time? So that's the first question.
Okay. Let me just write that down so that you can just take all the questions. Okay, managing risk and multiple position.
It's a great question, because it can definitely get.
How do you manage multiple positions that's open at the same time? Pretty much.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So let me start with the first question, which is being able to manage risks on multiple positions open at the same time. All right. So for me personally, I always used to tell my community. One thing I also forgot to mention at the beginning is, I've been blessed to have the biggest YouTube channel in Africa in the niche of Forex and the niche of finance. So having been someone who is having the biggest YouTube channel in Africa in the niche of Forex and in the niche of finance, I've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly when it comes to the industry. And some of these questions, I have seen them like 100 times. So for me to tackle something like this, it becomes very, very sensitive, because different traders have different risk appetite, and they also have different risk tolerance. My risk tolerance might be 100%. Different from your risk tolerance. I'm a risky trader. I'm a very risky trader. I can take $10,000, lose it, and it will mean nothing for me. Meanwhile, for you, if you actually do that big and you take $10,000 trade and you lose it, that can be your life saving. You might have suicidal thought, So for me, I always say it depends on the trader's risk appetite and risk tolerance. If you are someone who is aggressive, an aggressive trader, accept it. If you are someone who is a conservative trader, like most of my community members, they are conservative traders. That is good. That is good. In that particular sense, you start small and you scale in as you go. For example, what you are seeing on your screen is a typical example on starting small and scaling in as you go. So that's coming to a question on how do you manage, your risks on multiple positions. I started this particular account, and what did I do? I started with one positions, and now I have almost about 5 positions on Nasdaq alone, with almost about $100,000 up in profit. The first one I took on, I think this was, if I can just put here, this was mid of April. This one is up $78,000. But I have added other positions that I started with one because I wanted to only add to winning positions. But I'll see the mistake many traders make is they add by just opening 5 trades at once. If something wants to go wrong, bro, that can wipe your account very, very fast. So you start small, and then if it goes in your favor, you are only adding to winning positions. And at that point in time, it even gives you that relief. You are able to trade in peace because you say, even if the market has to go against me, bro, I already have some positions that are in profit. So that's the best way I've seen, if you can ask me, on how to manage your risks on multiple positions. Then the next question, which was also associated with that, is now how do you manage multiple positions? Like on this swing account alone, which I just shared with you guys, I have almost about 10 swing trade. I think almost about 12 positions here, and I'm managing them at the same time. So for me, it's very, very easy because all these lines you are seeing on my screen, they are not just lines, those are my stops on Nasdaq. You see, I'm glad I still have this chart open because I was just doing this analysis with my community last week, and I was showing them when or where I plan to get out of this trade. And you can see it's even still on my screen. Meaning even before the market unfolds, it's like I already see where the future is going to go because this is my screen and this is what I'm seeing on Nasdaq. If this happens and this has to happen, then it's going to knock me out. So what happened is, if the market goes in my favor, I use my lower swings. If the market is in an uptrend, it's obviously going to be producing higher lows, higher highs, higher lows, higher heights, higher lows, higher heights. So anytime it produces a higher low, I'm going to put my stop loss on all my positions below that higher low. Then I can add another position. The same thing. So this is almost like 6 months you are seeing here, and I've just been doing the same thing. I have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 positions on Nasdaq. So this is not just something hypothetical that I just drew. These are actually the trades I took, and I just keep doing that until this happen. If the market actually retraces against me, these are all my stop losses as we speak. They're standing somewhere here. I think this was actually 24,100. I remember very well, 24,100 on Nasdaq. If the market can retrace and breach 24,100, then bye-bye. I'm done with Nasdaq. I'm going to go with all the profits I have. But if that doesn't happen, and something I'm seeing happens where you see the market, boom, form another higher low, all my stops will be here. Then I'm going to add another position again. I'm going to follow this trend until whenever it breaches that last stop level. So I'm going to add another position here again.
Right.
Then it goes up, comes again. If it produces, I add. So that's how I'm able to manage multiple positions, and also how I'm able to manage my risks across those positions, particularly if I'm swing trading.
And when you raised your trailing stop, how do you go about adding in a new position? Are you looking for a particular candle pattern or indicator or a break of the highs? How are you going about adding that next position?
All right, perfect. So what I do, as I explained earlier, is my original idea is fundamental. I know very well. I have factors that keeps telling me that Nasdaq is going to be bullish. When it comes to swing trading, I used to divide it by 3. You have the short-term swing trades, which are just according to my fundamentals, I know that this asset is going to be let's say bullish for 1 to 2 months. I have intermediary where I know that this asset can be bullish from 2 months to 6 months, and then long-term, which is what we are seeing, I know that this asset can be bullish from 6 months to 12 months. So these trades can be open for more than 12 months. They've been open for like 6 months. And when I already know that in my mind, what I do is the fundamentals give me an idea of how long I'll stay on those trades. But technicals help me to manage the trades and new trades. So technicals help me to manage the trade and to add. So to add is simple. Like for example, you can see what happened here is the market pushed back and formed this lower low right here or this higher lows right here. And most of the time, I'll just step down to the 4-hour time frame and I'll look for any reversal pattern. Any reversal pattern I'm able to see, I'll add another position, then I'll jump back to the daily time frame, and then I trade my stop. So I use any reversal pattern. It can be maybe a double bottom. I can go there, maybe start looking for a double bottom. I start looking for maybe, one big engulfing candle as what you see there. 90% of the time will just be engulfing candle like this. So I add one position here. So what I just look for reversal patterns on lower time frames, like typically the 4-hour time frame. Then I'll be able to add another position. Then I trade my stop on the same level on the daily time frame.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Cool,
That's
cool.
quite simple. It doesn't have to be any more complicated than that, right?
Right.
I keep it simple. Yeah. If you can check on the comment section, that's why they were saying you should call me the king of the KISS strategy. KISS strategies, keep it simply stupid. So I just keep it simple.
Yeah.
I don't want to start complicating myself by calling this. You wait for the market to give you the bullish, the rejection, jumping over the fence. No, I want it to be simple. I used to always ask myself, like, if I want to teach my younger self, what is the simpler version I can be able to tell someone to easily master this thing without complicating it? And I just use that to trade. I don't complicate. I just trade what I see, not what I want the market to show. I might want the market to go up for the next 10,000 pips and then it goes against me. I will still need to manage my trade. Even though I want the market to do that, I will need to trade what the market is showing me, not what I want the market to show me. So I just keep it simple.
Right.
100%.
Oh, that's great.
Nice.
Nice. We got another question here. That's the second question. I think that we can probably have a look a little bit more at your charts or other trades you're in. It is from Funny Animals Theatre asking, Coach, how do you factor in swap rates when holding trades overnight? Do you ever adjust your strategy based on positive or versus negative swaps? And I would like to have your take on that.
Okay. For me personally, if it's a trade that I'm actually winning, if it's a trade that I'm making money, like I said earlier, I'm not that greedy. I ask myself, how much am I making on this trade? If I'm up almost about 80, not almost, if I'm up on one position, $80,000, and I see that the broker has taken me, say, $13,000 or $15,000 on swap, I'm not gonna cry so much. I'm not gonna cry so much because beside the broker owes me nothing, the market owes me nothing. That $80,000 is a plus based on my skills. So what I just see is I ask myself, how much am I going to be holding this trade? How much am I willing to spend on the fees? I just call it fees because there might be other fees associated, right? You might be using a broker which is having, maybe a bigger spread on that asset. It's not the broker's fault. It's just where the broker is taking the liquidity. Maybe the spreads are higher. It's not the broker's fault. So you need to be able to account for that. And for me, I'm not greedy. So long as I've already accounted for all of that, for all the fees, and I see that, oh, okay, I'm up $80,000 and I've paid $15,000 in swap. I don't think so much. I live my life because even if I have to close those trades, I'm up $80,000. So yes, I won't add more positions or close some of my positions just based on swaps. But I already determined that before I want to get in that particular trade to say, okay, so long as I'm in profit, I know that it's reasonable that they're going to charge me. The most important thing is being informed, because if I'm not informed on that trade, that's where I'll get deformed. So long as I'm informed, I don't want to over worry myself to say, okay, now let me reduce some positions. I have 6 positions on NASDAQ. I'm up. No, I don't worry myself so much about that.
Yeah, net profit
it's
is
like
net
the
profit
cost
at
of
the end
doing
the day.
business. Right?
Yeah, exactly. It's just the business cost is all it is.
It's just the same thing like Tiger. I watched Tiger's sessions earlier. I was actually watching it earlier, and there was a session where they were talking about introducing coaches. So Tiger mentioned something which actually resonated a lot, which he did mention of you trade your trading as a business. As a business, this is what I'm going to be spending, this is what I'm willing to invest on this particular idea. This is what I'm willing to spend to see a return on investment. So long as I see that return on investment, I don't cry so much on what I'm spending on that particular trade. So I just see my trading that way as well.
Yep. That's all stop loss is. A cost to do a business to figure out how to get better. That's it. Love it. And the same with the swaps. Yeah. No, that's awesome.
Right.
Yeah, we have a lot of fans
nice.
here in the chat. Really cool to have seen the chat explode like that, Mr. Godlove. So maybe tell us a bit more about your community. How did you grow your YouTube channel? How much followers do you have? It's just always interesting to hear that sort of thing, for me at least.
Yep.
All right. No problem. So for YouTube, I actually, when did I need to ask my, okay, I started my YouTube channel in 2022, right? 2021. Good. Even though it's the biggest in Africa in the niche of Forex and in finance, but I actually started it 3 years ago. So the reason why I started my YouTube was very, very simple. I'm someone that I'm very, very religious, and when I spent 3 years before becoming profitable, I used to pray a lot and I used to talk to God. I was like, okay, if you actually show me this Forex trading, make me to be profitable in Forex trading, I promise I'm going to teach another person. If you impact my life, I promise I'm going to impact another person's life. So the moment I became profitable, I know it was a deal. That's a deal I actually have with God, which I needed to live up to it. So that was when I created my YouTube channel in 2022. When I created that YouTube channel, I went underground. I think by that time I went to Egypt. I went to Egypt with my wife. I'm actually married with 2 kids. I went to Egypt with my wife, and on that trip alone, one reason was simple. I needed to just go and spend time to create a free course on my YouTube channel. So on that trip, it took me almost about 6 months, and I created a free playlist. So those of you guys watching and you're looking for where to start for free, just go on my YouTube channel. I have a playlist of almost about 84 videos. It's more than 50 hours. So I created that playlist for free from A to Z, beginner to pro, on how to trade Forex. So when I created that playlist, it blew up. I started my YouTube channel after about 2 weeks or so. I went 10,000 subscribers. And today we are almost on 720. 700 and yeah, we are about 720,000 subscribers now, heading to almost about 1 million before we're going to be hitting 1 million before the end of this year.
Nice.
Good stuff.
That's pretty explosive.
After that,
That's awesome.
Telegram community.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Then Telegram community, I think on Telegram, we are almost about 25,000 on Telegram. TikTok, I've already crossed about 100,000 on TikTok as well. And then Instagram, more than 50K. So it's a massive following.
Oh, that's great.
Good stuff.
That is.
Good job.
Yes. That is awesome.
And when you do actually do a little bit of, like, let's say, intraday trading, or I don't know, do you like scalping at all, or what's your style? Take things easy, as simple as possible. You were saying that it depends. It's time dependent, right? Because you're a busy guy.
Yes.
I always say the same thing. It's
100%.
like people ask me, like, what strategy should I trade? And I always say, like, the first thing you need to look at is how much time do you have, right? Can you look at the screens for 2-3 hours a day? Do you have 1 hour to look at it? And that can also depend on what strategy you should be trading. Obviously, how risky or risk adverse you want to be, and all that sort of stuff. So I guess when you do have time to not swing trade, do you sometimes feel the urge just to do a quick trade? And if so, which are your favorite markets to do that in? I know a lot of guys love the NASDAQ, especially during the New York session. A lot of our futures coaches, they scalp their futures big time and do really well at it, well, especially the indices.
All right. So for me personally, I used to always tell my peers sometimes, and I used to say, if someone really says he's a Forex trader and you don't enjoy the adrenaline of scalping sometimes, then you are missing something. then you're actually missing something. If you don't enjoy the adrenaline of scalping, then you trace your brain. Maybe if those maybe it makes the elasticity of your neurons to be able to expand a little bit. I don't know how I can explain. I'm not a biologist, but it has something to do with your brain. So yes, I do scalp as well. I do scalp as well. For example, today I'm going to share some few trades I was taking today on
Please,
on, on,
please.
on one of my small account. And the way I scalp is very, very simple. I used to always I go in for the all or nothing law. When I'm scalping, I just do what I used to call the all or nothing law, where I can just today I can just maybe take a $1,000 account and I'm saying, okay, my goal before I can withdraw the account is I'm gonna hit $5,000 and then I'll draw. And sometimes I used to hit that in a day. Then I'll be able to withdraw everything. And what the asset I use that which has a lot of liquidity is gold. Is obviously gold. So I actually have some gold trades, which they were all scalp positions, which I'm going to share with you guys. Let me see if I can pop up MetaTrader 5 just to show you guys. MT5. Oh, where is it? I think it's open. Okay, let me just close some of these apps. Yes, gold, obviously gold. Obviously gold.
Yeah.
So
Most popular.
Gold is very, very liquid. It can, if it wants to give you money, it gives you money now. And if it wants to, penalize you, it also penalizes you sharp. So gold doesn't play around. And I like something, one thing about me is I want to see results. It's either good or bad. If it's not bad, then let me see the result. And if it's bad, okay, it didn't go my way, let me get out of the trade. Because one way I want to measure my progress is seeing results. So just bear with me. I'm loading up my gold chart. Then I'm going to be able to show you guys this trade.
Yeah, quicker the better. And if we're going to be wrong, we want to be wrong right away, not 5 hours later, right?
Yes, that's true. That's true. So what I did on Go, as we are waiting for the chart to load, is still loading. So what I did on Go earlier in the day is, I think it was $1,500 deposited on that account, and my goal on this account is $5,000. If I get there by the end of the day, I'm going to withdraw. If it's by the end of tomorrow, I'm going to withdraw. Or if I lost it, I'm not going to cry over it. That's why I'm calling it the all or nothing law. I've done it times, and if I've succeeded times or 80 times, that one time I don't succeed, I don't blame myself so much. So you can see these are actually the trades up and running. And I took all these trades in the morning. This is actually gold. It was actually $1,500 in the morning. I took a small position, closed almost about $300. Then I added again almost about 4 to 5 positions. If I can add this is almost about 0.9 loss size on this. And I'm going to be holding this. If the market goes in my favor, the way I manage my trades, let me open this. The way I manage my trades, if I'm scalping, I just go down to the 5-minute time frame. If the market breathes in my favor and produce, if it's a bullish trend, it breathes in my favor and produce, a higher low, I'll add another position. It goes up again, come back, produce another higher low, add another position. I just keep doing that until I hit my target. So let me just open gold to show you right. Wow. You see this drop on gold? This is what has actually taken almost most of my 100 pips drop on gold. Wow, and this just happened while we're on live. This is crazy. Yeah. But yes,
it just happened literally 5 minutes ago.
5 minutes ago. Yeah. 5 minutes ago. So on a 5-minute time frame, this is what I did in the morning. You can see this is what I was just explaining. This is what I did in the morning. I added these 2 positions in the morning. You can see this is a buy, this is a buy, 0.4 loss size. It was a small account, started on $1,400 to be precise. And the market went in my favor. You can see this pullback, and as soon as this pullback happened, close bullish again. By the close of this candle, I can see, if you can look closely, I added another position here. It's right there. So I just keep doing that. If this would have happened, where the market now goes in my favor again, pull back, and then close again bullish. What I use sometimes if I'm doubting is I bring in the Fibs. I just bring the Fibonacci from year to year, and if you can pull back to my 38, 50, or 61% level, and close bullish, I add another position. So it's mechanical. I just do that. I keep going until the market does what it just did now and knock me out of the position, or until I hit my target I have for the day. So that's how I'm able to manage my positions if I'm scalping. So I can add, even sometimes you can see my scalping position. I can have even 10, 24, just depending on if the market keeps going my favor, I keep going. And feel positive. I just feel nice when I'm buying on gold. I don't know how I can explain that. When I'm buying on gold, I just have that nice feeling. But if I'm selling, I don't sleep. I don't sleep when I'm selling.
The gold fever.
Yeah.
It's just electronic, right?
Right.
So that's how I'll do the same thing on all assets. If I'm scalping or Nasdaq, I'll just do the same. I make sure I establish the trend first because I want to go with the trend. I want to go with the trend, and the simple strategy I use also in Golub University, we call it GUMVR. It's the Golub University moving average strategy, where you can see I have two moving averages on my screen. So this moving average is just to give me a point of confidence. I can still just looking at the chart, I'm able to know if the market is going up and down by just seeing the market printing higher lows, higher highs, higher lows, higher highs, higher lows, higher. I know the market is going up. But another thing I'll just put again to get a point of confidence is two moving averages, the 10 and the 23 exponential moving average. So that one is also going to show me clearly this was a cross and this has been an uptrend. This is a cross and this is becoming a downtrend. So I just do that and I just stay on a trade until there's a cross or until I hit my target for the day.
Okay.
Nice.
And Godlove, how do you feel about crypto? Do you trade Bitcoin at all? Hold any real crypto? What's your thoughts on that?
Yes.
Always interesting to hear fellow Africans talk about crypto.
Yes. So coming about crypto, there was actually that was in 2024, 2023, 2024, the TIFIC movement. 2022, also in 2022, there was actually a T-shirt, and behind my T-shirt it was written there TIFIC, TFIC. And what I discovered before making that term, which becomes a movement, was it just stands for trade in Forex and invest in crypto. Trade in Forex and invest in crypto, TIFIC. All right.
There you go.
So what actually made me to come out with that acronym is the fact that I tried to do both trading in Forex at the same time and trading in crypto. And I also tried to do investing in Forex and investing in crypto at the same time. And I came to be able to find a balance to see that, okay, for me to be able to make money and also have peace of mind. At the end of the day, the most important thing I seek for is trading in peace, having that peace of mind, is to be able to actively trade in Forex, which is why I call it trading in Forex. Like what we are doing, you guys could see me actually trading or actively trading in Forex. I'm actively managing my position. So that's actively trading in Forex. Then when I make that money in Forex, I go in crypto and then I just invest in crypto. Investing in crypto is when I just look for an idea, like maybe Bitcoin. I actually invested in Bitcoin when Bitcoin was still at 10,000. Bitcoin was still at 20,000. You see, it was even still very low. My story with Bitcoin is even very, very crazy because I used to work with mega typers. You know, when you go to this website and they want you to verify yourself if you're not a robot, they want you to type a captcha. They used to call it a captcha back then. Yes. I don't know if you remember. Good. So we used to be the ones on the back end generating those captcha. We used to sit and we are generating those captchas for the whole day, and they'll pay us maybe about $1 after about every 200 captchas you've generated. So you generate those captchas, and then the website will capture it and put on their servers. So when we used to do that, they used to actually pay us with PayPal. So there was a day the website just changed. It's megatypers.com. It's still up to today. So for most of you guys who wants to try, but they pay you like nothing. It's still up, megatypers.com. So they used to pay us with PayPal, and there was a day the website changed their policies and they say we're going to be paying with Bitcoin. That was back in 2013, 2012, 2013. I was crazy. I was like, Bitcoin, I don't even know Bitcoin. No one talks about Bitcoin. What are you guys saying? You want to pay me with Bitcoin? So they actually sent me $200 in my Bitcoin. They asked for the Bitcoin wallet. I just went online, I did research, and I gave them the wallet, and they just paid it there. I tried to cash it out in Cameroon. There was no way. No one has ever even heard about Bitcoin back then. I just forgot about the website. I forgot about it up to 2019. 2019, when Bitcoin crossed about 7,000 going to 10,000, now everyone was talking about it. And then I remember they once paid me $200 in mega typers. And by that time they paid me, Bitcoin was even less than $100. Back then it was like maybe $50 or something. I remember there was even someone who bought pizza with about 10 Bitcoin. The story is there. So I went back and I tried by all means, and luckily I could log into my Mega Typers account. When I logged in, behold, I was standing on about $26,000. I made a video with screenshot with everything. The documentary was on my YouTube channel. I was standing on almost about $26,000 on something they paid me about $200. Bitcoin wasn't even on $100 back then. So that was when I became very, very excited with Bitcoin, and I started researching on crypto, started researching on that. But I came to discover that, okay, I'll actively trade in Forex, and then I just go and invest my money in crypto, and I sit and I relax. Because if I try to actively trade in crypto, I get burned like all the time. I used to go on all these websites, like the Dex, any website you can think of, Dex Screener. I'll go there. I'm looking for meme coin, the Trump coin. This one I'm trying to buy. I'm trying to do this. I'll go on Bongbot. For those of you who trade crypto, you know all of this. I'll go on Telegram, on Bongbot. I'm trying to buy, doing it. So at the end of the day, I discovered that, what will give me the highest amount of money and give me a balance of life and peace of mind is, let me focus and make money in my Forex, and then I just go and look for few assets or few cryptos that I believe in the idea behind those cryptos, and then I just invest my money like Bitcoin, like Ethereum. I just put my money there and it grows.
Smart move.
So that's how I
Smart move.
and how I.
That's good stuff. Yeah, I like
That's
it.
amazing.
Thank you.
That's like everyone's dream story, right?
Yep.
Amazing.
So in the chat there, just maybe drop us your country's flag or let us know where you're from. Always great to know where you guys are from. I believe a lot of you guys are from, in Africa. I'm in South Africa. Always great to know where you guys are from.
I'm broadcasting from Johannesburg, South Africa.
Oh, Joburg. Nice. Hey. Whereabouts in Joburg? Sandton.
Sandton. Yeah, Sandton. I live in Sandton.
Got it right.
It means you surely know. It means, who mentioned? Is it Richard? It means you know South Africa.
Yeah, I live in Cape Town. I live here. I'm South African.
Oh, okay. Richard is in Cape Town.
No.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm losing Richard a little bit. Let me just adjust my mic. Okay, Richard, that's nice. That's yes, I can hear you. I can hear you now. Wow, that's nice. Next time I'm in Cape Town, I want to check on you. I want us to meet up. I'm always in Cape Town myself.
It'll be quite an experience.
No problem.
For sure.
No problem. I will.
Please
Definitely.
do.
Definitely.
Nice.
Definitely.
Good stuff. God, do you have anything else to show us? Some other charts and maybe some questions from Michael or Tiger?
Yeah. I'm out here in Kansas, right in the center of the U.S. Coach Michael's in Mexico. So, yeah, we're kind of spread out all over. But, yeah, we got coaches in the U.K. and, gosh, where else are they? U.K.
Man, it seems like all over.
California, Florida, over here in the U.S. Yeah, a little bit everywhere, covering all the map.
New Jersey. Coach Tony's in New Jersey, I believe.
Okay. And which state in U.S.? Which state in U.S. are you?
Kansas. Yeah, so I'm right in the center of the country.
Okay, Kansas.
Kansas City.
Oh, all
Kansas
right,
City.
Right.
Yep.
I have all my family in Oregon, and I'm planning to visit them by the end of the year. So I'll surely be in the United States by the end of the year, by mid-December, towards Christmas.
Yep, that's pretty out there. Be a little cool, so bring your coat.
Yeah.
Definitely want your coat there.
See, I guess one of the questions I had was the crypto that you had that you got paid way back when it turned to 26,000. I would imagine you're still holding on to it now. You were one of those lucky people who just messed around and had some crypto and it just exploded.
I got so excited, and that was like free money. I had to remove it immediately. It was even part of the money I used to move out of Cameroon. I can say that for sure. Back then, I remember very well. I withdrew the money. I opened a graphic center because I used to since I grew up having cyber cafes, I used to have like these printing shops. So I opened a graphic center, bought my first car in Cameroon. Then part of the money was just used for my documentation, and I was out of Cameroon. So I removed like everything, because I didn't know where.
Okay.
No one knew where crypto was going. No one knew where Bitcoin was going.
No, for
So
sure.
just because of that excitement,
sure.
I removed everything. I cashed out almost about $28,000. I cashed out everything. It was like free money, $200, and you seen about $28,000. And even if you're the one, I think
Yeah.
you do the same thing.
Oh yeah, for sure. I don't
absolutely.
know if I would have been able to wait till it get to 28,000. As soon as I seen it hit 10,000, I probably would have had to take it out.
It got to 28,000 because I didn't even know anything like that existed. It was due to anger that I had already forgotten about mega typers. I wasn't working with them anymore, and I just forgotten about them. I've thrown the login details. I was like, damn you guys, I was just busy with Fiverr, with Upwork, with Freelancer, and I wasn't doing mega typers anymore.
Right.
So I'd forgotten about the website totally. It was only when Bitcoin started approaching $10,000 that I was like, okay, I remember someone mention of crypto about 10 years ago, 2012. Someone mentioned of crypto. Let me go and check. Before I start checking, I went and discovered that one. So if I remember that I was having, maybe by the time it start getting to 10,000, I would have already cashed it out. It was just because I've forgotten about it ever since.
That's
No, I like it.
It was a good thing that you forgot it.
It was
I
a
like
good
it.
thing. It was a good thing.
Yeah,
And a
I
good
like
thing
it.
that I could
Godlove.
remember the password as well.
Yeah, I'm a lot like you,
You
man.
didn't forget.
Yeah, it's,
Sorry,
it's
Tiger.
fundamental
Go for
for me. Fundamental for me first. I'm right there with you, man. I would say it's probably about the same, like you said, 70-80% fundamental, and really only about 20% technical. I mean, I use supply and demand zones on the charts, and make sure I've got good momentum, good bullish reversal, engulfing candles, like what you said. But no, that's where it starts with me. I got to know where the GDP, like a collection of all the reports, right? The GDP, the inflation, the jobs data, the interest rates, and just compare the currencies. As simple as that. So, no, I'm right there with you, man. I start with all that. That's my excuse. That's my permission to go to the chart to go time a trade. So, no, you're singing my tune with that. I like it.
Right.
Awesome.
Sure.
I like that. And something about me as well, which was something we mentioned earlier, is just being flexible. Just being flexible. That's why we used to hear of stories of fly-by-night millionaires in forex trading. Fly-by-night in the sense that they found something that was working, and they were not flexible enough to know when to step in to adjust something, or when to step in to change things when things stop working. So one advice I always give traders is be very, very flexible. Be very, very flexible. Don't just talk to your Great Britain Pound USD for forever. Don't just stuck to your one strategy forever, or your day trading forever. It's not going to work forever. Forex trading is very, very flexible. So you need to be very flexible to know when things are not more working, to make changes. That's why for me, I'm a day trader. I'm a scalper. I'm a swing trader. I'm a position trader even. I'm a crypto investor. You see. So that's something I always advise. I'll always advise everyone. And also something I've also told my community is always using Forex trading as that funnel to funnel your other dreams, as that funnel to funnel your other businesses. Because Forex trading, even if it has to disappear tomorrow, which I doubt is going to disappear, you must have already had other businesses. And besides, it just gives you that balanced mindset. You're not thinking about Forex trading 24/7. You're not thinking about the chart. It keeps you balanced. It takes your eyes off the charts sometimes. So it's just something I prefer to do.
Yeah. No, you're
sure.
exactly right. I mean, learning to trade and make a few bucks should not be the end game. That should only be the way to fund whatever your why is, just in general in life. Whether you want to start a business or a charity or charity type stuff, donations. I mean, that should be the why. It's not just making $1 million and going out and buying a Lamborghini, right, or a Rolex. Yeah, that's the flashy stuff. The toys are nice, right? But that shouldn't be the end all be all. It should be, what can you do for your why? What can you do to improve lives, or for the good of humanity? So that's what I would just challenge everybody that's watching on stream. Don't just look at it as all the shiny toys, right? What can you do positively for that? And it can be anything, whatever your passion is. But just always keep in mind, trading is just the way to fund whatever your why is ultimately, right?
Yeah, money
And then
can
pick up
be
a
used
watch
as a
if you
force
want
of good
along.
also. You know, I think that saying that people get it wrong, it's like money is all the roots of evil. You know, they should get that out of their heads as well.
Yeah,
it can be a force of good.
That's horrible.
You know, it's a
Bad
wrong
people
mindset.
with money.
For me personally,
is the
I
root
think the
cause.
lack of money should instead be the root of. For me, I instead think maybe the lack of money should be the root of all evil. Because the evil people I know, they do what they do because they lack money. So for me, I believe the lack of money should instead be the root of all evil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, to be honest, a lot of
And
people say that quote wrong. It's not the love of money. It's not money is the root of all evil. It's the love of money. So if we want to get that
That's
quote
true.
wrong, right? But two, I agree with you, God love. Like, when you don't have money, that's when you go do the crazy stuff, right? That's where the evil comes in at.
Exactly. Well, you know,
Very
people
true.
get
Very
power
true.
hungry as well, and they use money to gain power for the wrong things. You know, it's just a
Right.
big spiral. Yeah. Mr. Godlove, we got lots of questions coming in here, if you don't mind.
No problem. No problem. No problem.
Just trying to find the right ones here. Mr. Godlove, how do you manage to place two trades, risking 1% to gain 2% in both take profit 1 and take profit 2?
Okay. Okay. How do I manage to take two trades at the same time and risking 1% on cumulatively all the trades or 1% on both trades?
Or place two trades risking 1% to gain 2% in both take profit 1 and take profit 2. Now, I'm not 100% sure how to break that down.
All right. All
Maybe you
right. I
can
guess
have a
I
better
understand what
idea.
the person is. I understand what the person is saying, and let me just open a different profile so that I don't mess up with my swing trading profile. This other profile, like I say, it's good to stay very organized. So this one is just my swing trading profile. So let me just open this one, and yeah, I can explain on this one. This one I can. Let me just clear the charts on this one, just so my trading view is not freezing. All right, perfect. It's responding now. Okay. Okay. So from what the trader is asking, so he's asking how can he place two trades with TP1, TP2, risking 1% on both trades. It becomes very, very difficult or very, very technical to do that in the sense that when you are placing a trade, if I give a signal, let's just say I give a signal and I say buy Great Britain pound USD, maybe TP this, TP1 this, TP2 this. If within you want to risk 1% on that particular trade, you can decide to divide your risks to say, okay, because for you to go for TP1 this, TP2 this, you actually need to decide the risks you risk on each of those trades because it becomes technically very difficult for you to get in on one trade and target TP1, TP2, unless you want to scale out, what we used to call scaling out of trade, which it becomes very difficult. So if you want to take two trades at the same time, and you've said to yourself that, oh, today I'm only going to risk 1% on this, we call the trade idea. I'm only going to risk 1% on this trade idea. Then divide your risks. Divide your risks. If your goal was to risk 1% on that trade, you might divide by 2 to say, okay, instead of using one lot size, I'm going to use 0.5 lot size, and I'll get in on the first trade, 0.5 lot size on the second trade. Although at that point in time, the target might be different because remember, TP1 is a little bit shorter and TP2 is a little bit higher. But it all depends on you deciding the risks you want to risk on that trade because it's very, very technically difficult for you to do that just taking one trade. It's difficult to say, okay, I'm going to risk 1%, and then when it gets to TP1, I scale out or close. You either just going to be closing all the trades at that point in time. So that's how I see it. Even when I send a signal, I used to always say, okay, manage your risks and reduce your exposure on all the trades.
Oh, so you provide signals as well to your community, Godlove?
Yes. Occasionally,
Gotcha.
and I used to always advise, use the signals as a learning curve. as a learning curve to ask yourself, why did this person send this signal? If he's telling me to buy here, put TP1 here, TP2, why why did he send this signal? I'll prefer to teach you how to fish instead of just giving you fish. Because if I'm giving you fish, I'll need to give you fish for the rest of your life. But if I teach you how to fish, you know how to fish for yourself, and you can even teach another person. So use that one as my signal as a question. Ask yourself, how or why are you saying I should buy at this point? Why is he buying at this point? Why is he putting a stop loss at this point?
Okay, and do you provide those via Telegram?
Yes, via Telegram.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Right, I got 2 more questions here, or 3 more questions, if you don't mind. Zeno Orlam's asking, why does support and resistant breakouts always have more than one retest? How and when is it best to enter?
All right.
What's your view on that?
Now, there's no foundation, there's no ground that it always have more than one. Okay, did you say more than one or more than two?
1 or 2.
Okay, good. Because for you to even call it a support or a resistance, it must have two. It must have two tests. All right. For you to even call it a support or a resistance, it must have 2 tests. But the more those touches, for example, I can't actually show it on my computer because for some reason, trading view is acting up a little bit, or maybe it's just because a lot is happening on my MacBook Pro. But for me to know that a support and resistance is very, very strong, the more touches I'm going to have. If I have, if I'm trading gold and I see the market has touched here to give me a resistance, gives me more confidence, more confidence that that level has been respected for a longer period of time. The same thing will happen if I'm seeing a support. If the market has already touched the first time, touched the second time, I start telling myself, if this market is already having a second touch and it's having a third touch, it gives me more confidence to know that, okay, buyers are having a lot of pressure at that point in time, and it's becoming difficult for sellers to break that area. The same thing, conversely, is the same thing I look, if I'm seeing a resistance, and the more touches I see, the more stronger that resistance. So there's no guarantee that, it's going to end at 2. There's no guarantee it's going to end at 3 or 4 or 5, because you never know what's going to happen next in the Forex market. I used to always tell traders, your rule is to manage your risks once you're already in a trade, not to determine the outcome of a trade, because no one will ever know the outcome of any trade. So long as you're already in, you can't know the outcome of that trade.
100%. 100%.
I agree.
Cool. So that's that question. We've got 2 more here, I believe. From Dukwe, Decency again. Can you throw more light on how to balance trading while working an 8-to-5 job and having a family? That's a really good question.
Wow. I'm a good person to ask that because I have all. So I'm a great person to ask that because, I started from a 9-to-5. And then moved to Forex trading almost full time. I've never actually gone like full time. I'm going to tell you guys why that. So I started from a 9-to-5, which was my business, right? From there, I moved like full time into Forex, and then got married, and then now I'm a father of 2 kids, a boy and a girl. So I have all of that in that particular category, and I can answer that question. Now let's put things in perspective. If I'm starting as a trader, or if I see a beginner who is starting and you don't yet have a 9-to-5 job, I will tell you, take a pause, go and have a 9-to-5 job yet, or go and have a 9-to-5 job first. Go and have something which is putting food on your table first. Go and have something which is self-sustaining you first. Go and have something which is paying your electricity first before you can think of Forex trading. I used to always take this example. Last year, 2014, I had one of my, I think it was my videographer, one of my team member who was actually a student pilot. And I used to ask him this question. I said, when you went to your pilot school, how long did it take for your pilot to even show you the autopilot button? He said it took him almost about 8 months before they even showed him where the autopilot button was. And within that 6 months, the pilot keeps telling him something which resonated with him to today. He said, no, You coming to your pilot school, you're not just gonna magically start having a sustainable life around everything you do just because you are going to pilot training. You're still gonna be able to have something which is paying your fees as you are being a student pilot. You still have to have something which is sustaining you for the years you are going through your training before you can ever rely on anything that comes from you as a pilot per se. It's the same thing with trading. You can't start Forex trading, you abandon everything around your life, you just focus on Forex trading, and you think, okay, because I'm a Forex trader now, and I've seen on the internet this one, I'm going to be able to buy my That's when people trade with pressure. That's when people start forcing the market to produce results which are not there. You see, so for me, I'll always advise, if you are thinking of getting into Forex trading and you don't yet have a 9-to-5 job, go and look for a 9-to-5 job. And you only use like maybe an hour or 2 hours or your spare time to learn Forex trading. It will naturally just become a point in time where you see that, okay, I'm making enough from Forex trading now that I can focus strictly on Forex trading, or that I can allocate much of my time for Forex trading. Because the mistake comes in when people abandon everything, they go and even take their school fees. I've seen videos online, people take their school fees and say, I'll just flip it and pay it back. They borrow money from their mom, from their girlfriends. They say, I'll just put it in the Forex market and pay you back. Even the little you have will be taken away from you. And at that point in time, you see people have suicidal thoughts. You see, I've seen people having suicidal thought. I had suicidal thought for the first and last time in my life around 2016 because of Forex trading, because I made all these mistakes. I started abandoning everything. It started affecting my 9-to-5 job, my businesses, and I was just locked up in the room trying to force the market to give me those profits, and it there with me. And it's something I'll advise someone, get something which is already putting food on your table, something you can fall back on, something that can even fuel your Forex journey before you can even think of getting into Forex trading. At that point in time, you won't trade with pressure. Now, that's
100%.
taking that one out of the way.
Agreed.
When you now start making something, the moment I became profitable in 2019, it took me 3 years. The moment I became profitable in 2019, remember, I opened a graphics center back in Cameroon. And then one thing I also did was to move out of Cameroon because the enabling environment for me, I actually wanted to scale up in Forex trading. And back in Cameroon, it was difficult for me to deposit funds into my trading account. It was difficult for me to even get a SWIFT code from a bank. Very difficult. So I had to move out of Cameroon. And moving out of Cameroon was another step for me to go towards my goal. When I got to South Africa, the first thing I did was not even to, just abandon everything and focus strictly in Forex trading. No, I started opening other businesses. I started investing more into, I'm also very heavily into web development. I started investing in web development. I started investing in other digital products before I even got as big as I was in trading, because I still understood what Forex trading did to me in 2016, which was, making me to have those suicidal thoughts. So even when you become profitable, don't just abandon everything and say, now I'm a profitable Forex trader, I'm just going to focus in it. Then when now the family came in, I got married. Now my family came in, my wife came in, we got engaged at the Pyramid of Giza in Egypt. In my birthday, I always remember because it was the same. It was on my birthday. Thank you. So after my engagement, we got married. Now the family has come in. My son came. I think that was around 2023. Her first birthday was in Hungary. And the fact that her first birthday was in Hungary was now, I believe that with Forex trading and with businesses I already had, when I'm traveling, the only thing we check is that place having internet? Is it having fast internet? That's the only question I used to ask my wife. Where do you want us to go? She does all the itineraries. She does all the, my wife does all the itineraries. The only question I'll just ask is, okay, does it have fast internet? That is it. If the answer is yes, we just go. Thanks to Forex trading. That's the freedom, I wouldn't lie, Forex trading can give you. But don't skip steps. I used to tell people, don't skip steps. Let it happen naturally. Because I got there because I already had other businesses I'd already put on ground. I started making enough in Forex trading. I'd mastered swing trading strategy that even when I travel, that money is still printing. That's why I believe a lot on that quote that they say, if you haven't found a system that make you money while you're asleep, you work for the rest of your life. So I believe so much on not skipping a step. Not skipping a step starts from you not abandoning everything to focus on Forex.
Shortcuts.
Then when family comes in to that. So that's how I'll be able to follow that particular pyramid to have a balance on my day job, on my family, on traveling, on having a balanced life.
100%.
Yeah, there's no shortcuts, right? So you need to put in the work. That's just the way it is. Nothing's going to come for free, especially in the markets.
Very, very true. Very, very true.
Another question here. Please, can you explain more on fundamentals? Where do you get that info that you're looking at? Is it from like the website or the data that you use? Can you explain a bit more about that, Mr. Godlove?
All right, no problem. I just wish my screen doesn't flee. I wanted to just show you guys one example on the last trades I took fundamentally. Let me show you guys that it's going to be very, very important, because this fundamental trade, I want to take you guys on the journey I took to add those trades. Like these ones that you can see in red, I took them a few days. So let me try to take you guys on the journey on how I was able to take those trades. So let me see, just give me a minute. Let me see. I'm going to share a Google Doc with you guys. And on that Google Doc, it shows you guys just what goes on in my mind anytime I want to take a fundamental position.
Nice.
Yeah. Going on a journey.
So I follow this process like every time. Every time I want to take a long-term position, I follow this process. This is just then with other websites, you know. So I don't know if you guys can see my screen.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, we see it.
Good. So this was last week. And I was contemplating on which positions I should take long-term. And remember, I did say earlier that when I'm planning on taking a long-term position, I ask myself, is it a short-term swing position, an intermediary, or a long-term? So these were all long-term, meaning any position or any analysis I was doing on this list was the analysis I know was going to affect, or the fundamental I know was going to affect the pair for at least 6 months to 12 months. So what I do, this is where it starts. Then I'll move to another spreadsheet where there are boxes. I start ticking like NFP and all of that. So it all starts here, where I'll be able to put the pair. Then I'll be able to put on why it looks good for a long buy. You see why it looks good for a long buy, and then what could go wrong. I always, as a trader, I always want to predefine my risks. I don't want to be caught by surprise or get into a trade, then I start asking that, oh, should I exit at this point? No. If I'm getting into a swing position, I know that, okay, I'm going to reach $20,000 on this trade, and my target is to go for like $60,000 within that period. And that target I'm talking about, that stop loss I'm talking about, is the what could go wrong. What could go wrong? Anything can go wrong. So that's why I want to account for that. You see. So for example, I had AUD USD here, and where I was actually reading this was from Bank of Sydney. You see, on Bank of Sydney, you can see I just say commodity strength, Australia benefit. If demand from China and other partners stay firm, then USD is also weakening. Remember, we're talking about two economies here. We are talking about the Australian economy, and we are talking about the United States economy. So your decision, if you are thinking on buying you are thinking on buying AUD USD, you must have decisions that are telling you that AUD is going to appreciate for that period, and you must also have decisions or fundamentals that are telling you that the United States dollar will weaken for that period, because we have XAU USD. Two currency, that's just, currency pair parity between the two currencies. So my decisions, one was telling me AUD is going to be appreciating for that period, and one is telling me USD is going to be weakening for that particular period. So that gives me that confidence to say, okay, let me buy. And I'm actually in profit on AUD USD, still around the entry point, because we took it by the start of this week. So this is my reason why I choose that. Okay, I'm going to buy it and hold for 6 months. Just the first reason. Then there's still other websites like tradingeconomics.com. So you guys were asking for website I use. So I use tradingeconomics.com. I use Traders Union. Traders Union is also another one I use. Then
got a bit of a breakup there.
Oh, did we lose him?
Oh,
okay.
he's back.
Good. And then I also read more about the European Central Bank. I also read more about the European Central Bank. If I'm talking about the Euro USD, you can see it's right here. European Central Bank, the ECB. So I read more on the data which is coming from the European Central Bank. If I'm talking about NASDAQ, I have an idea on, NASDAQ is the top 100 tech companies in the United States. It's the index that measures the average stock price on the 100. Why did my Zoom? Can you guys still see my screen?
I can still hear you.
Yeah, we see it.
Okay.
We see it.
All right, perfect. I just want to make sure I'm still with you guys. I just want to make sure. So
you're good.
It just depends. So if I'm talking about NASDAQ, I want to look at, NASDAQ is the top 100 tech companies in the United States. So I want to see what Elon Musk is saying. I want to see what Zuckerberg is saying. I want to see what the Alphabet CEO is saying. So I want to see if I'm taking on NASDAQ, you guys saw a position I took on NASDAQ. So all of that will still play a role before I want to decide to say, okay, I'm buying this. That's why I say with swing trading, fundamentals is about 70% of 70 to 80% sometimes of why I'm buying that particular asset. And then 20% is just technicals. Like, okay, is it, support and resistance and all of that. So that's how I do it.
Nice. Good explanation. Thank you. Thanks for the question. I believe we have a few more. I'm really enjoying the session, Mr. Gottloff. I don't know if you have anywhere to be.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of good info.
Yeah, we still have about half an hour before the session ends. So
I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be here to the end. No problem.
Anyway, let me know.
No, I'm here. I'm operating from my home office now, so I'm totally fine. At least my son hasn't started knocking because by this time he wants us to go to the park and all of that. So I'm operating from home and I'm totally fine today.
Okay.
All right. There was another one here somewhere. Let me just have a look. I think it was from Gianni. From Greece. Where is that question gone? That's actually a really good question. Here's the question. It's from one of our viewers from Greece, Giannis. He's asking, if markets are a reflection of human behavior, right? What have they taught you about people?
Okay.
Crazy question, I suppose.
How would you answer that?
That's true.
Because what you see in the charts are basically graphical representations of people's behavior, buying and selling, right? And I believe a lot of people would say that that's why we have patterns, and there's only so many different patterns because they keep on repeating themselves because human behavior keeps on repeating themselves. So how would you answer that question, Mr. Gottloff?
All right. Okay, for me, I used to always say this. You might have your decision, you might do your analysis, you see that, okay, the market is bouncing on support and resistance, it's an uptrend and it's forming higher lows, higher highs, higher lows, higher heights. But now, all of that, those are chart patterns, those are market patterns, those are technicals, which is a reflection of human behaviors, which is 100% is a reflection of human behaviors. It's a reflection of traders' behavior, which has human behaviors on the chart. But I used to always say this, when technicals speak, when fundamentals speak, technicals listen. I don't know how I can put this, but when fundamentals speak, technicals listen. You can draw your line, okay, the market is forming, is respecting this trend line. If the news come out, let me just take something like NFP. We're trading NFP is going to come out on Friday, and for the whole week you've had an upper trend. Let's go on the 1 hour time frame. You've had an upper trend on the 1 hour time frame, and then NFP comes out on Friday, and the chart is, let's just say the chart is already around your support, right? Your support you've already predicted, and you say, okay, now it's on my support. It's going to be going up. If NFP comes out on Friday, and the United States dollar is stronger, the data comes out and is stronger for the United States dollar, what will you expect? Immediately you see gold will sell. Even though you are expecting gold to buy at that support, gold is going to dump immediately because gold always operate opposite to USD. If NFP is positive, gold is going to go down. If NFP is positive, if it's negative, gold will go up. If it's positive, gold will go down. You see, so at that point in time, no any idea that was in your mind or any technical idea that was in your mind, it won't matter. So to an extent, yes, to an extent, what you see on your chart, those chart patterns you see, the double bottoms, the Marubozu, engulfing candles, and chart patterns or candlestick patterns. Yes, the traders' behavior, traders' psychology, and all of that. But when technicals speak, when fundamentals speak, technicals are going to listen. So as a trader, it's good to always have a blend to be able to know how you can incorporate both technicals and fundamentals in your trading. Particularly for someone like me that even have some love for swing trading. You can't do swing trading and succeed if you can't blend both. See, so yes, there's actually a force in the market which is a human behavior, which is based on human behaviors, which is what you see on your chart. It's based on the force human behaviors. But when you are going far, you're thinking of long term, you need to incorporate fundamental because that is their boss. When fundamentals speak, those technicals will have to listen.
Cool. I agree. Fundamentals being very, very important. Yeah. And sometimes you believe the market's going to do the one thing when news comes out and does completely the others thing. What do you think, Mr. Godler, from my side, a question would be, how much manipulation actually plays a role in the markets? Is this something that you believe in? Does it happen temporarily, sometimes around news events? What's your view on manipulation? I believe that a lot of our coaches here, myself included, do believe there are many instances where a bit of manipulation can take place, where your market makers, do they think to position themselves, run stop losses, that sort of stuff. What's your view on that?
Yes. So the first question: does market manipulation actually occur? The answer is unequivocally yes. It's there. I've seen it. I've worked on the back end. I've worked on the back end of brokers. I've worked with brokers that I could see it firsthand. I could see how the manipulation is done. I could see how they position themselves. And I'll have to just do this. I'll just have to say this for educational purposes, because out there we have two types of brokers. I would say three types. We have brokers that are DD, called DD brokers, dealing decks, where they provide you the quote. If you press buy, they press the opposite side. If you press buy, they press sell. If you press sell, they press buy. So your trades are not going anywhere. They stay at the ecosystem of the broker. So those kind of brokers are called market makers. All right. So with market makers brokers, since your trades stay at the ecosystem of that broker, they have the right. They can be some conflict of interest, which can result to manipulation. You see, there can be conflict of interest which can result to manipulation sometimes, which is, they can even slip you. They can slip you to hell. There used to be a term we were using last year where there was a broker that they slip someone. They can slip someone to hell. They can increase your slippage. They can increase your spread just randomly. So yes, the main answer remains yes. There is manipulation in the market, which you can't do anything as a foreign. There's stop loss hunting. It exists. You can't do anything. Then on the other side, we do have STP brokers or ECN. STP or ECN, they obviously stands for the same thing. So STP or ECN, when you buy or sell, they send your trades directly into an interbanking system. You are trading with the West Fargo, with the bigger banks out there. So they don't give a damn whether you're making money or not. They just send your trades there, and they are only interested in the spread. They are only interested for you to keep trading, you see. So some brokers do have hybrid models. Most of the brokers out there, they do have the hybrid model where they are able to accommodate. They are able to accommodate for, market making brokers or B book. They call them the B book brokers, and the A book brokers or the ECN or the S brokers. So you see, so with that, the answer remains yes, there is manipulation. So as a Forex trader, always look for where your interest, where there's no conflict of interest, or where there is lesser manipulation in the market. Because CFDs, a contract for difference. CFDs, there's manipulation in CFDs. That's why with Hola Prime, something about Hola Prime that I've noticed, which is very nice. I've done videos in my community. They have futures. They have futures and they have CFDs. So with CFDs, there can be manipulation because there's a possibility of conflict of interest. But for something like futures, which you're just buying something based on if the future expiry price, there's actually zero possibility of manipulation in that case. In short, there are no spread, so there's actually no possibility of manipulation in futures. But with CFDs, there is manipulation.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I agree.
Yeah, there's no point. There's no point fighting it. We just got to figure out how to join it, right? I mean, if they're going to be looking for those liquidity hunts, those stop loss hunts.
If you can't beat them, join them. You can't beat them, you join them. You can't beat them, so we join them. This is 10 years.
We just got to think like a bank, right? Ride their coattails. They're doing the stop hunt. They're doing the liquidity sweeps. So we just got to find where they're doing it and get in. I mean, that's the kind of the cool thing about seeing.
And besides, if you're making money, it's not being greedy. It's not being greedy in the sense that if you're making money, if it's giving you money, if I'm up with, for example, I just showed you guys a swing trade, I'm up with almost about $80,000 on one position. If there's manipulation and the broker just choose to, increase my slippage and take maybe $5,000, I don't give a damn. I don't care because I'm not that greedy. I'm up $80,000. So if you can't beat them, just join them sometimes. And so long as you're making money, don't overthink. Don't overthink sometimes.
Yeah, don't let it affect you. Yeah, 100%. Right. We got a lot of fans here. Nogokwe says massive in-depth info. Thank you so much. A lot of traders.
You definitely got a lot of love here.
Yeah. Definitely a lot of love. Good to see. Good to see.
Thank you.
For the animals, asking a lot of good questions. Again, asking, so when you analyze fundamentals, which economic indicators do you prioritize the most? Are they like interest rates or inflation data, employment figures? I mean, what is it that you consider in your trading decisions? What carries more weight, or do they all carry weight? Do they all change your opinion or your mind about, trading opportunities, getting in, maybe getting out of a trade if you were wrong? Let us know what your thoughts are there, please.
Okay. So for me, when I'm looking at fundamentals, there are some fundamentals that are macro, macro, like MA, the macroeconomic data, and then the micro, the MI, the smaller ones. So the macroeconomic data are bank data. Bank data, like, interest rate. There are other fundamentals that they wait for interest. They wait to see what interest rate is going to do before now they take their decisions, right? So interest rate, very, very important. That's why if you guys can see on my screen, I was just explaining on the decision I was planning to take on AUD. And where I was reading my data was from the Bank of Sydney. I want to see the bank data. I want to see, we are trading currencies. And where are those currencies coming from? Most decisions are coming from the banks, are coming from the bank, from the major banks in that area. So I look for bank data. In the United States, I don't joke with the Fed. Jeremy Powell is my uncle. I used to call him my uncle because everything he says, I take every statement he says and I dissect it to the core. You see, so I don't joke with the Fed, the Federal Reserve, when it comes to the United States, because that is the bank. I can call it the bank of the banks in the United States. They control, even though they don't directly store money there, but they control everything that has to do with banks and financial decisions in the United States. The big daddy, that's the best name. That's the best name I'm going to call it from now on. From now on, the Big Daddy Bank. So with that one, I know that anything that comes from the Fed, I take it very serious. The number one is the interest rate. The interest. That's why when this guy just comes online and just say hello, anything he says, it makes the market to go crazy. But that's just temporarily. Let's ask ourselves now, how is the market going to react 6 months, 4 months, 1 year from now? I take those interest decisions and then I start looking at now the other small fundamentals. Like, okay, If I'm jumping in this week, if I'm planning on jumping in this week, let's wait to see what the NFP data is going to say. I'm just using the United States dollar, for example, because NFP after interest rate, NFP is the most strongest in the United States. After NFP, you have CPI, Consumers Price Index. I need to see where are consumers standing. Are consumers having ease of spending? Can they easily go to shops and spend easily? Can they easily spend them? I want to see that index. So I first of all check on NFP, non-farm payroll, measures the total number of jobs in the United States out of the agricultural sector. So even though I study agriculture, let me not focus on it. Let me see are there jobs actually being created in the manufacturing industry? Are lawyers? How is it actually happening? So I see that, I note that down, then I check to see how consumers are behaving. All of that will give me a sentiment to tell me if I should be taking that trade that week, or if my bias for the United States dollar being bullish or bearish for that week is, confirmed. So all of that will tell me. So yes, I start with interest, then I go down to other small fundamentals like NFP, like CPI. If I'm talking about the United States dollar, if I'm talking about the Japanese yen, I start with BOJ, Bank of Japan. Start looking at it. If I'm talking about the euro, I start with ECB, European Central Bank. If I'm looking at AUD USD, I start with Bank of Sydney. So the bank data is the most important one you should focus if you are thinking on, implementing what fundamentals can do to your trading. Look at the bank data. Any other fundamental, they wait for the bank data to come out and then they take their decision after that.
Nice.
Yep.
100%.
Yeah, and
good luck, I believe. Sorry, Tiger. Go ahead.
I was just going to say a good little tip for everybody out there. Like for me personally, I use the X platform just solely to follow the Federal Reserve Board members, the prime ministers of these countries, the heads of these banks that he's talking about, the Bank of Australia, the Bank of New Zealand, Bank of Japan, all that. If you can just simply use that to just follow those important people, those central banks, well, that's just easy. That's easy, quick information as soon as they release something. So, if you don't use it to socialize, like I don't care to socialize on there. I use Facebook for that. But for X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it these days, that's just like something that's super easy to do. And then you get that information instantly on there when they have those report releases. So just a thought. I thought I'd throw that out there for you guys in case you want to try that.
Perfect.
Yeah, nice.
Perfect. You see, that's a big addition.
Yep.
A big addition.
Good advice.
Yep.
Mr. Godlove, I believe one of the viewers or a couple of the viewers had some issues with the internet while you were talking about where you got your fundamental and data from, like news events and stuff. Can you just quickly maybe just mention those websites again? Maybe I can type them in here while you mention that so that they actually have it.
All right. So for my day-to-day, let's start with day-to-day. Almost 80% of our traders, the day traders, they want to know what's happening day-to-day. So I use investing.com. That's number one. Let's start at the beginner level. Yeah. Beginner level, I use investing.com. You can use investing.com or Forex Factory. They all do the same thing. But investing.com is more beginner friendly because I can easily filter out news events. I can easily navigate. I can easily set filters. And I can easily set.
And you go to the actual calendar on there, right? So that's also something that.
Yes, you just go to the actual. Let me just go to investing.com. You can see it's already bookmarked right here. So I just click here on Forex, and I'm going to show you investing.com and also how I just quickly set up my calendar. Sorry about that. If this might delay a little bit, there's a lot going on my computer, so I'm sure the guy is just getting tired. Okay, finally it's open.
Well, here in about 10 minutes.
So now, if I can come on investing.com, automatically as soon as I log in, since I've already signed in with my details, that's why you can see the chart is already set up. But if you are just coming in here for the first time, you always see there's a tab up here that says economic calendar. It's right here.
Oh, I don't think we see your screen.
There's economic.
Yeah,
no, we still see your Google Drive.
Yeah, we still see your Google document.
Okay,
Yeah.
Okay, can you see my screen now?
No, you might have to share it in Zoom.
No.
Sometimes you just got to flip it. If you go to the share button on Zoom,
All right.
sometimes there'll
Okay,
be a
let me
couple
let me
windows. You
just let
might
me
just have to select it. Yeah.
okay, let me just click on share again on Zoom.
Yeah, then it asks you which screen you want to share.
Okay, let me just click on this again. Okay, is it showing?
No,
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 not yet.
still your pair
Okay,
index,
let
your
me see.
long-term pair index. Oh, there we go.
Let me
There we
see.
go.
There we go.
Something's up. There we
Yeah.
go.
Okay,
100%.
all right.
Yeah, we're good
Perfect. 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 So when I log into investing.com, if this is, let's just say I'm visiting this for the first time, you just click on economic calendar, and here it shows sorry, it shows all the events for that day. And before you click here, just go on where it says filters. Click on filters and you select the tributes. I used to call it the tributes. So come here, you can just take a screenshot of my screen, just select these countries. These are the countries that matter. Other countries, it doesn't really matter. So I'll obviously select Australia, Canada, the Eurozone, very important, France, Hong Kong, Italy, Japan, Germany, and New Zealand. Okay, let's go down. New Zealand, Singapore, Switzerland, and then just these countries, and then that is it. When I come to where it says category, I want to see all these events. I want to see employment, credit balance, economic activity, central banks, bond inflation, and confidence index. If you don't choose, let's just say confidence index, you're not going to see something like even CPI. CPI, they rate it sometimes under the confidence index. So, and then under importance, just select the three bulls. Back then in 2014, 2015, it used to be actually bulls. So it used to say number of bulls. So just select the three bulls because it's going to show you data like this. And then after, just click on OK. So let's go up there, just click on OK. And then you can see, like, for example, today, we actually have some fundamental news today. One is coming up in 24 minutes. But you can see I didn't even talk about it because these are all useless news events. They're not going to impact the market in any way. If I can look in this, there's a book right here, which if we're having time, each fundamental news event, I have written the ones that actually move the market. Which beside that, if you see another news event about that particular currency, you don't need to even worry. You don't even need to worry yourself. For example, something like USD, if it's not NFP, if it's not CPI, if it's not PPI, if it's not GDP and interest rate, I don't worry myself. I don't worry myself about any other one because any other one, it will come out and you see nothing will even move the market. So I have data on all currency pairs on which one can actually move the market. So that is it. And then I also have other websites like if I can go again here, we'll be able to see I have Traders Union. So Traders Union, that's where you have a lot and a lot. There are even some inside, even before some news event comes up. You come here, you'll be able to see it's like a prophecy, like there are actually prophets on that particular website. So you come there, you can actually
Is
do
that
what
tradersunion.com?
Yes, tradersunion.com.
Yeah,
I'm just going to click on it. You can see it's tradersunion.com. So let me just open it as well.
Right.
Let me just open it as well. So for example, this idea, this info I was actually using there, you can see it right there. So this is it right here, tradersunion.com, USD JPY forecast. There's a lot. You just come here and just write on forecast. There's a lot and a lot and a lot you're going to see about USD JPY forecast for the rest of the year. You see a lot and a lot. You see December, a lot. So I also have is it trading economics or trading economics? Yeah, there's also tradingeconomics.com. So if I can also open that one, just so we can see. So it's also tradingeconomics.com. I also come there and I read. There's a lot of insight I can also read from tradingeconomics.com. So subscribe to unlock. I'm just going to leave it the way it is. So most of this website, and then different banks, each economy. If I'm talking about European zone, I want to go to the ECB website. I want to read whatsoever is happening there. If I'm talking about Australian dollar, I want to go to the Bank of Sydney. I read whatsoever is happening there. You see, so you can get that directly from the bank. You can see Bank of Sydney is just bankseed.com, bankofsydney.au.com.au. You'll still be able to see everything right there. They just want me to confirm if I'm not a robot. So those are just some of the websites I actually use to do this analysis sometimes.
Yeah,
then in the United States, obviously. Okay, then I forgot one. Goldman Sachs. You can see I was just talking about NASDAQ, S&P 500, and all of that. Goldman Sachs is right there. Goldman Sachs and Bank of America, very important.
Goldman Sachs.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that trading economics website's a really good one because you can look at any indicator, anything about the government, anything about the consumer, the housing, trade, everything. And you can go to each and every single little report and pull it up and see everything. It's just a huge archive, so I really do like that one. Yeah, it's good. Any info you want to know, it's paralysis analysis, to be honest, but there's nothing that hides in that report.
Perfect. I'm glad another trader has found it useful, just the way I find it very useful. Trading economics, awesome.
Yeah,
awesome. Sometimes I go on it just to read as if I'm reading social media, just to see what, just to see sentiments, to see how this, to see focus and all of that. Very awesome. It's even on Goldman Sachs. I think I was reading something on Goldman Sachs, and that was when they were even, predicting that gold can hit 5,000 ounce this year, 5,000. And it's currently on 3,800 and something, but they were predicting that it might hit 5,000. Who knows?
Yep.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Who knows? Only time will tell, right?
All the time.
All right, we got 5 more minutes, guys. Everyone in the chat there, keep those questions coming, but I just want to let you know we do have 5 more minutes. Please like and subscribe to this channel if you haven't done so already. We also have a great online community, Discord community. Maybe the backend can drop us the Discord link there. Please go and join there. We had a question earlier about, I think it was actually directed to Hola Prime. Let me just quickly get back to that. I can quickly address that as well. It was basically asking to you, Mr. Godlove, what's your take on the best broker to use with Hola Prime strategies? Any platform you trust for smooth execution, tight spreads, and solid support? Let me quickly just jump in there. We are a prop trading firm, Funny Animals Theatre. So basically we provide funding to traders that can obviously prove that they can trade, right? There are many different accounts that we have. You have to pass challenges. We have this for futures, CFDs, as well as futures markets. So if you can prove you can pass, let's say, certain very strict rules that we give, then we can provide you with funding to actual trade. And if you then can make money with that funded account after you pass those phases, you can then keep up to 90% of the commissions on that. We pay out within 1 hour when you do ask for a payout. Again, there's always a little bit of intricacies that you need to study up on, but that's perfectly fine with prop trading firms. We're basically looking for traders that can prove that they can trade, right? And also need funding to trade with, that potentially don't have that money to do so. We also have direct accounts where you don't have to pass phases. You can just jump straight in, and obviously it comes at a cost, but we also do give away some challenge accounts for free during these sessions on occasion. So please make sure that you do watch our future sessions. There will also, when we close or finish in the next 5 minutes, we have the futures coaches that's going to come up in 15 minutes time. They trade the futures, right? So we have pre-market pulse first, and then 9:30 Eastern, what's it, 8:30 Central.
8:30 Central.
That's when they kick off the futures trading sessions with another round of coaches, and they like to sculpt the markets. That's on the NASDAQ, the ES. One of the guys actually do live cattle and so forth, all different kind of markets that they trade with the X platform. So we are not per se the broker itself. We are a prop trading firm, but we have various platforms that we use. Some of them are popular ones that you can use to execute in your trades on. So go check it out. Again, do try to join our Discord channel. Great online community. And keep on watching. Like and subscribe to this channel as well. Yeah, Mr. Godlove, from my side, actually, also thanks for your time. You know, it's like coming on here, taking your time. I know you've got a heck of a following here. The chat just exploded. It's great to see. I really love it.
Yes.
We only have about 2 minutes or so. I would love to obviously have you on board again. We might have to finish things off here in about a minute or so, just to make time for the other coaches to get into Zoom and so forth. But yeah, anything else you would like to say, Mr. Godlove? Send a message to our community, your community. We got a minute or so left, so floor's yours.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'll have to start by, thanking Hola Prime for giving us this opportunity, this platform to be able to share our experience. I used to always tell my community, you only feel the moment you think you've known it all. I learn everywhere I go. Even on sessions like this, I've learned a lot from my colleagues on the session, even on the comment sections, even from the questions you guys have asked. They are challenging questions. They make me to learn. That's how I'm always researching. That's what makes me to grow. So it's a win-win situation. It's a mutual situation where we come here and we learn from each other. We grow together. We prosper together. So thank you, Hola Prime, for giving us that platform. And going back to the community, I'll have to say I'll have to thank my community for being here today, for supporting wholeheartedly, and I also have to thank the Hola Prime community for also being present. This is not going to be the first and the last time for me to appear here. I'm always happy to learn, so I'll still be happy to jump back here. And I'll just have to say something to my community and also to the Hola Prime community to say, Hola Prime, they have one of the best trading conditions I've seen in the industry. I'm personally trading with Hola Prime. And if I can boldly say something and recommend a pro firm to someone that I know that person won't come there, and I say, oh, you send me to this pro firm, they're doing it. I can say I can recommend a Hola Prime with confidence because I am currently actively trading with the pro firm. I've tested it with my community. They know me very well. Before I recommend something, I want to test it myself. I want to put my money where my mouth lies. So I've tested it myself and I can recommend it heartedly and publicly for you guys to use. You guys will find it awesome. I'm planning just. I'm not trading with their futures options yet. I'm still CFDs, but I'm planning to actually test out their futures as well. And I'll have to say, I thank you guys so much for what you're doing on that side. The infrastructure is good. You design it with the traders in mind and not just saying, okay, let's just go to the profit and compete, but you design Hola Prime with traders in mind, and I'll have to say you guys did a good job, and I'm happy to be here today. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Mr. Godlove.
Nice.
There you have it, out of his mouth. Hola Prime is the place to be. We would love to have you on board again, Mr. Godlove. Unfortunately, we've reached the end of our session, so we'll have a chat, and hopefully we can all sit together in a room like this. It was really entertaining, very informative. Always great to see how other traders approach the markets. All the followers, thanks for joining. Again, from our side, have a fantastic rest of your day. Michael, Tiger, and Mr. Godlove, great meeting you from my side.
All right.
Peace.
Thanks, God love. Tiger, Richard. Peace. You guys.
Adios.
Thank you so much.
Enjoy.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And have a blessed day. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. You bet. Bye.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.